Hello. Hi, hi. How are you doing? Welcome. Welcome, welcome. Hope you're doing good. Hello. Still not open your redeem? I assume you mean the shoulder up. No. I haven't been doing art for a long time. This year has been rough, but I do plan on doing art soon-ish, right? I've been planning a little bit since before anything though. I hope you're doing good, right? Welcome in. Hi, Bertalk. Hi, Femi. Hi, Snow. So I was about to update a little bit on the on my side of things, right? So art stuff, work stuff, right? Before I talk anything about the game and stuff and some good news, right? Yeah, I saw. It's okay. Have a good look and have fun with Mecha Chameleon. Bertalk. It's okay, right? So before anything, the art stuff since for the past few weeks or even about a month now. Eh, I'm on a serious moment. I'm gonna refund that. It's okay. Anyways, so the art stuff is like I've been thinking about doing more art lately as like part of my side job now, right? Yeah, I'm gonna refund that because I want to talk something a little bit serious here. So yeah, since I haven't been able to find a job, I went to, gosh, I went like multiple places already, right? And then wait, I should hide that as well. Shit. Oh wait, that one is on Firebot. Oh, oops. Well, you guys have to. It's okay. So yeah, I've been job hunting for the past few for the past few weeks, almost a month now. To no avail, unfortunately, right? So I don't know. I feel like I could still job hunt, but I also need another set of income. So I've been thinking of maybe doing art someday, right? So I really need to get back into it. Not just because I want to at this point, it's because I need to. So yeah. Very soonish I'll start doing art again, I hope. Right. I hope that I have the mental fortitude to like do it, right? Because a lot of things are happening, but there are some good stuff happening, especially yesterday. So I'll talk about it in a moment, right? But yeah, for the showdown redeem, I know a lot of people are saving up for it. I understand, right? It should be extremely disappointing to know that you have saved, like, it's not small amount, a lot of channel points, and then saved until to that point and then still not able to like redeem it because my dumbass have not been doing art for the longest time. I understand the frustration, right? Even if not frustration, just a little bit of like my incompetency, I would say, right? So yeah, I know I have no excuse, right? The redeem is there. I totally understand why people want to like save up for that much points just to do that. I totally understand. I do, right? It is part of it is part of the uh my initial idea for doing that redeem is because I want to do as much model as possible so that I can focus on getting better at doing art without feeling too bad of people like spending real money. So that's why that redeem exists about 2 years ago. So I haven't been doing art for so long, and now that I'm realizing, I yesterday literally because I couldn't sleep, right? I was thinking a lot about things, and this is one of them, right? This is one of them. I have genuinely been thinking about it. I really have, right? I totally understand people want like to redeem that so that they can get their own and then get their own like shoulder up sculpture. I totally get that. So I can only say I'm sorry, right? I haven't been doing art for a long time, as you guys can see, for almost a few months now. I have no excuse. I really don't. It's just my reason. It's no excuse, but my reasoning for this is that this year has been extremely rough and I hate it, right? But that's the reason, and it's no excuse for me to be able. It's not excuse for me to like not doing art at all. So I will try to be better, right? I will, and yeah, something like that. Right, especially with the money stuff, especially this year has been extremely rough. So I'm trying, right? I'm trying, but I also want to better myself on the streamer side as well. I'll try. I'll try. Same struggle here, plus health issues, pondering moving and other strategies, some refund my VR asset, and the Linux support for it like they said they would. Going to get another one soon when I can. That's unfortunate. It is always sad when they promise something but they never delivered. It reminds me of me, kind of. I feel bad. But yeah, I'm sorry I have to go through that. But hopefully another one. Oh, this one is loud. Hopefully another one will get the Linux support. Also, have a good lurk, Annie. Alright. So that's the art stuff done. And then, as you guys know, last week was this is another one of the somber ones, right? So last week was Father's Day, right? I know we are not grieving and everything, but lately I've been listening to some of the music that he used to listen to, like Beyond 海阔天空 so those kind of stuff that I've been listening to, and I don't know, it brought tears to my eye. For yesterday, I was listening more of the music that he has been listening to. I was like, oh shit, those are some good stuff, and then that just reminds me of that. It's like, oh yeah, I guess 2 years is not long, but it's long but not too long. You know what I mean, right? Long but not too long. It's enough. 2 years is like enough to feel less grief, less sadness, but it's still there, right? It's still there. So yeah, it's a bit of a somber one, but it's nothing too bad. It's just dad's passing has impacted me quite a lot in life, I would say. All right, but I'm trying. I'm trying. It just suddenly makes me become the patriarch of this family, and I have to take care of everyone, and including this family, including this house and everything. So I know for the past for the past 2 years, I have not been, I would say, improving my stream stuff at all. So that I know again it's no excuse, but it's part of the reason again, right? But I can say for sure that I am trying. I'm so fucking trying. But good God, good God, there's so many things to look at, right? But I'm trying. That's for sure. So that's another one. That's another somber news gone after yesterday that I didn't stream because I was suddenly struggling from a little bit of insomnia, which is rare. It's not something that I usually go through. I usually just sleep and then one sleep until morning. So that's a blessing. That's a blessing that I will take, right? But yesterday is a rare case of insomnia. I don't understand, but with insomnia that I couldn't sleep, my brain started to think a lot of things, right? Things, which led me to this situation here, right? Led me to this situation where I want to like talk about stuff and stuff. So it's like, yeah. Watching Steam Frame potentially is a replacement. I heard the Steam machine has extreme pricing for less optimal experience. That's why I heard the general consensus. So I was like, oh no. I thought Gabe is like the goat in the gaming industry, but I guess that one flopped, unfortunately. Hi 09, welcome. And hi Malicious Magpie, welcome. Oh, it's Sculptor. Oh my god, that's adorable. Not from Power Back in 2022 to Cancer? Oh fuck. September is always a tough month for me with that. I completely relate. Yeah, for me it's January. Yeah, so it's a
here. I know it's a bit of a somber tone, but with my Kobo mic, hopefully I can make things not too somber. Hi, Zeus. So, yeah, a lot of things I've been thinking of lately. It's It's rough, but I'm trying. I sure am fucking trying. So, yeah. But on that note, enough of the somber shit, right? I have possibly one piece of good news. GateCube got rocked by the AI PC hardware crisis. I'm hoping the frame isn't also too messed up by it. Yeah, I hope so too. All I just heard is that the pricing of GateCube Steam machine is like 1K, 1K, 1.4K. So it's like, oh fuck. And then people are saying that the game cannot run game properly. It's like, oh no. Right? But I don't have the machine, so I cannot say for sure. Right? So I don't know. I don't know. 1600 frame? Isn't frame is frame the AI pula? Is frame the VR headset? Most retail speculation prices are estimating 900-ish now. Well, that's still pretty high. VR headset with internal computer. Oh shit, okay. I will not be able to afford that anytime soon. Even in the far future, I doubt that I can afford something that luxury. But Steam try saying with the Steam machine, don't think it's a second PC or a console, it's an extension of your PC. To which I could only think your extension costs 3 times the price to build my PC and still 2 times the total cost, including upgrades which is more powerful than extension. That just doesn't work, no? It's the fact that you can spend 2/3 of the cost of Steam machine to buy a PS5, and then that will probably work better than the Steam machine. That's what fucked up, right? Quest 3 similar specs, 500 some better specs even. Ooh. 500 is like about 2K plus ringgit. Huh. I mean that sounds like a reasonable price, I would say. But then again, these are the things that I will not be able to I will not be able to afford anytime soon. On to the good news I was talking about, right? So yesterday, it's not all just bad, right? Yesterday the new car arrived, and we
And for a test drive, we checked the specs and everything, right? We got the green card and everything, right? So the car is great, performs well, and what's the best thing about that car is that the insurance plus road tax, it costs 1550 ringgit. That is literally half the price of our previous like car insurance and stuff, right? So our previous car insurance plus road tax cost like 3.2k ish, right? So what the fuck, right? And then now it's about 1500. It's like, whoa, that's a huge drop, right? Talk about yearly stuff, right? And that's not the only thing. So we went to refuel the car as well, right? Oh, sorry, Derpy Derek. I'm gonna drink later. uh, we went to refuel the car, and it cost 50 ringgit to refuel to almost full tank, almost. But in comparison with our previous car, it costs 130 ringgit to maybe get it to full tank, maybe, right? Now it's 50. So with these numbers in mind, it could save tons of money in the long run. So yes, it's a little bit sad that we have to part with our previous car, but looking at the cost here, I think it's very, very worth it. So that's a very big piece of good news. Holy shit, right? Holy shit. Although, yes, it's a new car, so we have to pay for the installment for it, right? The loans and stuff. But that one is very manageable. I think that one is like 1 month for 455 ringgit. So it's a little bit extra, but it's honestly very manageable, right? So that one should be paid for within 3 years, as far as I if I remember correctly. So yeah, that's a little bit of an upside in terms of money situation. So yeah, yeah. Not bad, not bad. Yesterday was a good day. I was honestly pretty happy, right? Despite the somber tone that I just started the stream with. But yeah, honestly, some good news and some very welcome good news. So heck yeah. So cute. You Kobo. Wow. Hi Peter Dragon. Right, let me drink water. And now, the game. The game. I saw on Blue Sky, someone shared a game literally called Dragon Kisser. My heart jumped. I was like, whoa, there's actually a game called that? Oh, it's a game I was just getting in line? Yeah, I would want to kiss the dragon as well. So I saw the trailer of the game. It's whimsical, it looks fun, it's 3D and stuff, right? Uh honestly the dragon looks great too. I mean, look at this. Honestly, a dragon looks great too. Looking at love on the, like horns like this gets me going as well. Like holy shit, right? So you see this. Well, oh, I'm small. Oops. Well, I see this, and then I go like, chicken? Right? I go like, chicken? It is such a missed opportunity. Honest. I cannot believe it's a chicken. But it is what it is, right? Why not a kobold? That would be so fitting, right? That would be so fitting if it's a dragon, if it's a kobold. But it's fine. We play as a chicken in the trailer, right? I'm not gonna show the trailer because apparently it's like mini games in one, as far as I know. Kobold model replacement mod imminent. I don't know, when does this game released? Like no one knows about this game. That's the thing. Like how unknown this game is. Oh, 52 is quite a lot actually. So Twitch doesn't have the category for this game. Like I'm not even. It's not even here. So that's how obscure this game is, I would say. Right? If Twitch doesn't know it, it's quite obscure. I'm here to shed light to this game. I'm here to shed light to this game because fuck yeah, we need more games like this. Kobolds can kiss, that's just silly. Whoa, that's just flat out wrong. Kobold sure as hell can kiss if it's a dragon. But yeah, well, I'm gonna give this game a try. I don't know how long this is going to be. Looks to me like it's a very short game, and hence the music as well. Because we're going to kiss dragons, we need some the best of piano. Oh, oops, the best of piano. It's not for relax and study. It's for dragon kissing. All right, it's very important. That's why the romantic music that has been going on for the past 23 minutes. Hell yeah. Right. So we're gonna try out the game. I don't know what to expect, to be honest. Oh yeah. Oh shit, actually. One last thing before I start one last thing before I start the game actually. So I had a bit of a problem just now with my PC. I got scared a little bit, not gonna lie. I thought my PC was like infected by an extreme level of virus, which is like very scary. So I was trying to find some MapleStory private server again for the MapleStory itch again. So I was finding, and then I found one desirable MapleStory that I want to play. I'm not gonna name drop it for now, right? The game, I downloaded the .rar file from Google Drive. Yeah, Google Drive. And then my PC started like like stuttering. And then Windows Defender just be like, oh, beep, boop, beep, boop, with something, ding, 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 we found something, right? And then it's like, oh, fuck, what's going on? And then I checked. It is the file that I just downloaded. So I've been trying to delete it for a long time. Feels like it's been locked. It's been like undeletable. It's like, oh god, I'm sweating. What do? I have never presented with these kind of things before. It's like, oh fuck, what do I do? Oh my god. Right, I don't know what to do. Boom. Man, I found so I tried to quarantine with Microsoft Windows Defender first 10, and then it has been quarantined, but the file is still there. So I was trying to I was trying to delete it, but it can never be deleted, no matter what I tried. And then I figured it's a .rar file. Maybe I can use the lock hunter to sort of force delete it. And I cannot believe that worked. Like I have this software called Lock Hunter. As in, if there's anything that's locking this file from being deleted, it would tell me. So, Lock Hunter, right? It's a thing where it will show you like, okay, there's something opening this thing, and then that thing needs to be closed before you can interact or before you can delete this file. So Lock Hunter is like, we found some thing. I don't even know what it was. It's like a bunch of gibberish on the Lock Hunter, and I'm surprised that worked. And then I was like, could they delete it? When I pressed delete it, Lock Hunter straight up froze. Right. But then it took about 10 minutes, and then it actually got deleted. It actually got moved to recycling bin. I was like, oh shit, yes, finally. It took a while, but I did it. And then immediately I just cleaned the recycle bin and just be like, yeah, fuck off. I'm never playing that shit again. It is so scary. I cannot believe it. I do find the game's sudden appearance a bit worrying. I love the idea, but it does look a bit asset flippy. I don't know. I'll wait to watch before I judge it too much. I guess a lot of games are a lot of indie games are quite asset flippy. This one maybe. I haven't played the game yet, so I can't say for sure. But the user reviews are very positive, and it's free to play, so I personally think if the other things like the surroundings and environment are asset flipped, I guess I don't mind. To me personally, the model of a chicken and the model of the dragon doesn't look asset flipped, so I think that's promising. The user review for a game like this might be a bit bias heavy. Wait, you are right though. I would be biased. I would be so biased. Well, without further ado, let's try the game out, shall we? I want to kiss one dragons, two dragons, three dragons. I want to kiss all the dragons. All you dragons in chat, better get ready. Oh no, there's a kobold on the loose trying to kiss all the dragons? Holy shit. Oh my goodness. Wait, I just saw art by someone. Oh, we're off to a good start. Oh my god. Oh my. Oh. Oh. Yo. There's no audio settings? I'm dropping it down to 50%. Okay, it's more manageable. Okay, I might need to go to 30%. Okay, let's say 39%. Okay. Okay, it's loud, but it's fine. Do I need a controller to play this game? I guess. Let me get my controller. I didn't expect that this game needs a controller to play. Alright, I got it here. Alright, chat, are you guys ready to get yipped on? There is probably going to be a lot of kobold noises going on while playing this game, so get your ears ready because there's going to be a lot of yipping noises going on. Right, I got the controller. Oh, it's just fun prompts. So it has normal or low? That's interesting. Okay. Alright, how to play? Oh my god. What the fuck is going on? Well. I didn't think this is going to cost that much. Alright, well, it still works, I guess. We have controller, double jump, drop item, pick up item, present. As Domingo the chicken, dodge attacks from Luciana. Oh, Luciana, I love Luciana. Oh my god. Pick up items that the townspeople throw and present them to, or present them to Luciana, starting a minigame. Do well in the minigame and you can earn points. Pink bar is to convince Luciana that you are what she wants. All for the chance to kiss a dragon. Well, I don't know how... It looks like this game is a very unoptimized mess. Okay, we do low, maybe? It looks the same, though. You know what? I'm going medium. Fuck it. Alright, let's play the game. My model, my fishing is not working. Everything is fucked up. But it's fine. It's fine. Oh my god, comic! Hi, comic. Happy to see comic too. Oh my goodness. Oh my god, the fish. Okay, I'm gonna mute the fish for now. Alright. Oh, when I click out the game, when I click out, everything works now? Okay. Also, chat, it's raining. That's fine. Hello, animation? Goddamn animation? Hello, dragon? Okay, that's cute as fuck, actually. Oh my god, that's me though! That is so me though! That's cute as fuck. Oh my god, they have anime? Oh my god. That is good. Uh-oh. Beginnings? I cannot see anything. Help. Okay, what I'm a chicken. What do I do? I can slide. Oh my god. I'm a chicken. What do I do? What does that mean? There's something?
Look out, it is like a dream, huh?
The game is suddenly very not loud at all.
Careful, cariño.
Okay, I need to pause.
I am tired. of you
I need to
talking?
pause. I cannot hear anything. Chat. I cannot hear anything, chat. Help. Wait, I need to turn up the volume. It's fine, chat. I'm twirling? Why am I twirling? Oh yeah, how do I twirl again? I can clap for whatever reason. I'm chicken.
It is better to have loved and lost than never to have loved at all. La muerte.
I'm the best. Can I just kiss you here? Okay, yeah, no.
Look out, Emmy.
I cannot hear anything. Alright. Chat. I am putting it back to 80% volume, okay? Probably it's raining outside, so I cannot hear anything, but... I love the dragon though. I love the dragon though. No bias, oh my god. Should have been a combo for sure? No.
Maybe I'll just let you in.
Wait, you talk! Wait, you talk! I wish they have better audio balancing. I'm putting 100%. Fuck it. Fuck it. Oh my god, I can't use my controller anymore. Okay, there we go. Okay, we're back. I'm sorry, this is extremely scuffed, but it's fine. Everything's fine. Move to presentation area. Oh my god, am I in high school still? Oh, Simon says? The dragon is cute as fuck.
Well, color me impressed.
Wait, the dragon is cute as fuck though. I didn't even know what I was doing. Alright, watch this. I'm the best. Oh, do I double jump it?
Nena, no me olvides.
Oh my god, this one is loud as
The
fuck.
truth is, I never left you.
The stock revive sound, I love it. Ah, okay. Can I get presented with something again?
That's right.
Oh my god, it's
I
this one
dance on
again.
you now.
Okay, now maybe I can hear.
Do not resist, mi amor.
Oh, I'm not resisting.
Oh,
I am aiming.
I'm the best. I'm actually the best.
Well, you certainly are bold. Respectable.
No, I need to hear you speak. I have you on 100% now. Let's see if we can what? I missed it. Chat, I'm so pissed. I'm missing everything. Oh, what is she doing? Damn, I love her though. Oh my god.
Is that all you got?
Oh, it's the music one again? I'm gonna
por
cry.
amor.
I kind of love how they animate the
She's going
dragon.
well,
They animated the
yes.
dragon though.
Not until you're well done.
I'm the best. There's no music. This is... What? You expect a controller to do that? That's pretty metal, she said. You're still alive?
Fabulous.
Hell yeah!
Oh.
Like, her pupils are so adorable, look at that. when she does an attack, the pupil like becomes like... sharp? Plunger?
I'm surprised you've survived this long.
Alright, what is this? What is my favorite play? How would afford cards 2? The first one's better? Oh shit. I'm the worst.
Anyone could do that.
What is going on? How would I know what any of those are? There's flower, there's 2 flowers. Alright, I'm doing it. What's your go-to dance move? Stinky leg, suavemente, macarena, chicken dance. Okay, okay.
Anyone could do that.
God, I wish it's not raining now. Okay, I'm gonna turn up my headphones volume. Okay, there we go. That should blow my eardrums. Oh my god, my bun got eaten.
Is that all you got?
Oh, a phantom hitbox?
nunca muere. ¡Vayamba!
Ooh. Oh, I didn't do it. That was the dance thing. So this one I have to like jump really early.
Go ahead and dance for me, please.
Oh, boots? Boots with the fur?
Mamacita.
How did I die? Oh no. Okay, I'm sorry, that's gonna keep... Okay, don't do anything, just press play, okay? This one is extremely loud, by the way. Oh my god, this is so loud. It's so... Oh! Ah, yeah! This is fine. Okay, I'm skipping this, okay, chat? I'm skipping that, I'm skipping that.
Ándale.
And then there's no sound. Alright, chat. I'm the best. I know how to do this. We've seen her moveset. We know how to dodge everything now. This is going to be a hitless run. Easy.
That's right.
Por amor.
Stay down.
Impossible. I must
Impossible.
impress you.
Oh my god. How do you expect the controller to do that? Well, I'm the best,
Alright,
so...
I admit, that was impressive.
I'm probably gonna make a make a review and be like, audio balancing is all over the place. I would say the gameplay is pretty good. I love it. No bias there, I'm pretty sure. No bias.
That's right.
Oh, I want this one.
Eyes on me.
Oh, it's this one. What? Oh, I have to be fast.
All right, I admit that was impressive.
Okay, I have to be fast. Okay, okay. It's not Simon Says on timing, Simon Says only. I guess Simon Says has never been about timing. Oh, yeah, I'm weird. I'm the weird one here.
That's right.
I dazzle you now.
Can you guess my fearsome title? Luciana Paloma Rocio de la Cruz, Widow of Richard Flames, my future wife. Slow down there, Casanova, we just met. Okay, fair enough.
Lame.
Lame. My future wife is crazy. No, people need to make more silly games like this.
That's right.
I don't really like this one. I want this one. Okay, maybe not.
Eyes on me.
This one has to be keyboard only, this one. But it's fine.
I'm going to toast you.
No, mi nena. It is I who must give a toast to you. Increíble.
Okay, I actually heard that one. That one's pretty nice.
I will say you sure are dedicated, obsessed as you should be.
What, dude? I see you're still alive. That's pretty metal. Oh, you can to impress me. Then that's pretty fast, but I can I pay attention. Oh my god, triple.
Is that all you got?
Let's do Simon Says, why not?
Bésame.
All right, I admit that
Ooh,
was
wait,
impressive.
Simon Says is good. Okay, I throw.
I'm surprised you've survived this long.
I just realized what to press for this. I can spin and clap, and this is the best game ever. Hello. And spin gives a speed boost? Okay, this is actually very funny.
Oh,
It is like a dream, no?
Huge thunder outside, by the way. Go to dance move. Suavemente. A man of culture? You like Suavemente?
I will say you sure are dedicated.
I don't know what
obsessed as
Suavemente
you
is,
should
but
be.
that's cool. Alright, watch this. Speed boost. Speed boost, spin clap. Easy.
Go ahead and dance for me.
Alright. Oh wait, that's a new one. I'm gonna toast. Yeah, hit me. This is a new
It is
one.
like a dream, no? This is going well.
Clink glasses, don't go too fast
Not
though.
until you're well done.
I'm the best.
Oh my,
There was so much to
fabulous.
control. My, you really are a good rooster. Maybe you're unlike other. Oh, you've done pretty well so far, but can you survive this last dance? Ayo? I'm the best. Here we go. Watch me spin. Watch me spin. I'm spinning. I'm so good. You cannot do anything about it. Oh, you... Okay.
Que vayas con Dios. I will not be cowed. Only chicken.
I'm the best. I'm the best. I'm the best. I'm spinning. I'm spinning. Let's not do the base one. It breaks my ears every time.
That looks pretty metal.
Ooh, is that a dance party? I want it. Gimme, 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 gimme. It's a new one. Disco? Oh my god, look at the dragon. Ah, my ears! A, E, E, X, Y. Thank god I remember my keybinds. I cannot believe I'm playing Audition. The dragon is so smug.
Dedicated,
Let's
obsessed as you should be.
Oh, that's bot. Oh, that's actually bot. It's first time chatter. Uh-oh. I'm being raided by bots! No! Also, hi Jameson. Wow, that's a thing though. Just a little more and then we can like Donkey from Shrek. Hell yeah! Alright, I'm gonna wait for them to come in and ban them one by one, I guess. Wow, they have a new kind of bot raid now. I think Seribot is here, right? I guess Seribot is not ready for this new tactic of bot, I guess. Just a screenshot went through would be nice. Oh shit, yeah, okay. Oh no, let me check. Okay, let me screenshot it for you. Alright, save. I guess I can only do one by one. Or do I do followers only chat for now? Alright, let me enable followers only chat. How do I do that now? Oh, there we go. For one day. They are not following. It has to. They have to follow. They have to follow for one day at least before they can chat them. So they could help a little bit, I guess. They're very bright. The game is paused. Bots. So much A and not enough I. Yeah, so much artificial and no intelligence. Dum-dums. Yeah, tell them, Jiro, tell them. Hell yeah. It is thunderstorming here. I don't know if you guys can hear the rain noises and everything. Alright, we should be good now. Let's continue playing. There was no big deal. They're not following at all.
Metal.
Ooh, oh my god, ring? I want to get that. Ooh, can I? I want to get... Okay, thank you. Oh, I'm dead.
Que vayas con Dios.
This is so loud.
I will not be cowed. Aha!
Here's a ring.
This is going well.
Put a ring on the finger.
Not until you're well done.
Did I not do it?
Alright, you're not that cool, Castle.
I cannot do it? Can hear the thunder being filtered somewhat. Oh, thanks for confirming. I'm spinning, I'm the best. The clap is so loud.
Okay, medallas.
Thought that would work.
I'm spinning.
Colin.
We can do the rose again.
Thought that would work.
Bésame.
Oh, there was pointer. Oops. A wicked awesome sword. Nice skill wearing its armor. Awesome sword. You really think I need staples to make us stronger? Yeah, fair enough. I couldn't read fast enough. Come on.
Anyone could do that.
I need to do more flowers. I need to know more about this dragon. I should do the ring again as well. I'm spinning. The clanker, the rose. Oh, there's the ring. The ring is inside. Okay, there we go.
Por amor. This is going well, yes.
Not until you're well done.
I'm the best.
I will say you sure are dedicated, obsessed as you should be.
Oh, finale? I'm the
I
best.
will say you sure are dedicated, obsessed.
Oh my god, I have to play everything?
Soon we will kiss.
Don't count your chickens before they hatch.
I stopped counting chickens the moment I laid eyes on you.
How did I do that? I don't know. Oh my god, many chickens? My ears are bleeding. Okay. This one is so loud. Why are you single? I found someone who could match my freak yet. I haven't found someone who could match my freak. I can. Oh, I cannot do this.
Do not resist, mi amor.
Oh, I'm not resisting.
Okay.
I am aiming. Stay down.
Impossible. We must impress.
Okay. Hi, Uncle. Did I do it? Dragon kisser? Oh my god, they actually smooch? Easy game. Best game, 11 out of 10.
No lo pensé, mi corazón de repente paró. Solo pensaba en cenarte y ya, pero el
Oh,
destino
thank you,
no
Narix.
lo quiso así. Mi plato fuerte por la eternidad.
We saved the city!
De tu mano siempre quiero estar y nunca más dejar tu
It's okay, Narix, so
lado a
it's
mí,
fine.
amor.
These arts are good though. I am like pleasantly surprised. Dragon Smoocher, we love dragons. Like, look at these arts. Optimization Jesus? Like, these art are so adorable though. Oh my god.
One faded day, how could I know someone like you could make my heart glow? Now the thought of love makes me
Like, look at it. Oh, the dragon is so cute. I'm gonna cry. Unfortunately, that's unfortunate for the chicken though. Oh.
You leave me wanting more.
Oh, it's such a small game, but it's... Hell yeah, I get to kiss a dragon. There should be more dragon smooching games. I know, right? Gosh. The drawings are very solid, cute basic idea. I kind of wonder if this was a college exit project. It kind of has that vibe. It kind of do. Right? It kind of do. It has that vibe actually, right? Like not... Like they don't have a lot of time to spend on it because of like time constraint, which is understandable. But if that's the case, this is actually extremely impressive, I would say. Right, that is like we forget about the audio balancing issue. The gameplay is solid, it's playable, and it's good. The premise is so good actually. We need more games like this. What can I say? It took me 20 minutes though, but I love it. BYU Center for Animation as the publisher and BYU Animation Class of 2026 as the... Wow, okay! It's an animation project that got turned into a game! Oh my god! Oh my god, fuck yeah! I don't care about audio balancing issues now. The gameplay is solid, it's so good! Fucking good job, they're gonna go far! Holy shit! God damn! Yeah, I mean, like, sincerely, holy shit, right? What? Goddamn, right? It's okay, we use Narix's pin message. It's RAIT, don't worry about it. I'm so going to laugh at Dragon so hard. I'm gonna laugh at the dragon in Telegram, on stream, in Discord. God, and the kobold's feeling sassy today. Oh my god. Chat. I'm playing it again. Like I was thinking, right? The animation here is so solid. Like actually solid. Look at that. We need to look at this again. Maybe they don't know what a kobold is yet. Look at... The dragon is so fucking cute though! Like the pupils do so much work! For real, for real. Hi Jake. Andele. I'm the best. I'm spinning again. I'm spinning again because I'm so good at game. You cannot believe it. I cannot believe it. I'm clapping and spinning because I'm the best. I'm dead. I'm spinning. I'm spinning.
Kiss me now.
Kiss me now.
Taste like a chicken.
That is tempting.
Also, hi, Fluffy Dragon.
Well, you certainly are bold. Respectable.
She says I'm bold. Oh my god. She knows. What's the plan of the rest of the stream? Wait, you're telling me that there's a dash jump? That's a dash jump. I'm playing Mega Man actually. Holy shit. Because I couldn't jump the second time.
Maybe I'll just let you.
Ooh, I need to do more flowers. I need to know more about her. I need to know more about Luciana.
Mi corazón.
Cats or dogs? As an appetizer? Both. I actually like both. Like, I'm just
I will
asking.
say you sure are dedicated.
I'm glad
obsessed,
Luciana
as you
thinks the
should
same way too. I love both cats and dogs. I cannot choose. Whenever people ask me, it's like, hey, are you a dog person or a cat person? It's like, can I choose? Can I really choose? You know what I mean? Can we really choose one? It's impossible, man. I cannot choose one. I'm glad Luciana is on my side with that one.
That's right.
Oh, we need to do more flowers. I need to know more about her.
Bésame.
Who's your favorite dinosaur? Oh, Pabinia! The long one? Alright. You're a man after my own heart? That dinosaur I don't know how to read is it's patchy but different one, right? It's like head with spikes and then bonks people with head. Uh-oh. I'm spinning, I'm the best. You cannot do anything about it because I'm spinning. No flowers? Oh my god, I can only react to that.
I'm surprised you've survived this long.
Alright, we're gonna wait for flowers, so I'm not gonna do this one.
Is that all you got?
Oh, there we go, there we go. Wait, take it slow. We have time.
I dazzle you now.
What's my best trait? All of you? I don't know. I know your personality. I know you're lying, fair enough. But still.
Anyone could do that.
Kira, tail. I do like the tail. I want to say all of her though. But I feel like on a first date thingy, that would be a little bit weird, no? But with my honest answer, I would say all of you. that one wasn't my honest answer. I feel bad. Was it that bad? Was my answer that bad that it crashes the game? Oh no. At the next AGTQ speedrunning this game. For good reason, I have to speedrun this game. Holy shit. It's okay, we can... I got 2 achievements! Speedrunning Smooching Dragon? Yeah. But I'm not really speedrunning. I want to get... I forgot how loud that was. I want to know the Rose answers. I want to know more about her. Alright, do it again. I'm spinning. I'm spinning. The dash jump is crazy. Well, spin jump, I would say. Am I playing Mario? Or what?
Maybe I'll just let you in.
Nice, the game knows.
It is like a dream, no?
Who's your favorite dinosaur? Well, this one we know. Look at it, the dragon art is so good, I'm gonna
I will
cry.
say you sure are dedicated, obsessed as you should be.
And such that you should be, oh my god. I mean, I understand the audio balancing is over the place, right? But the voice acting is really good, actually.
Maybe I'll just let you in.
No rose? Okay, I'm not doing it. I just want rose now. Because the other mini games are just like skill based. Is it the same artist who did the model? I have no idea.
Maybe I'll just
We need to watch the credits again. I need to know more.
Besha!
Where do you see yourself in 5 years? In my farmer's basement, the rent is cheap. It will be with RODM. Why with you, my love? Oh, she likes that?
Well, color me impressed.
5 years, right? It's definitely impossible. That's why I answered that one. I mean, I have to try now, no? I guess sometimes in date you're just gonna be bold, but not too bold to the point where I'm a creep ass. But then again, this is coming from someone who has never...
Dance for me, will you?
I have never went on a date before, ever. So,
I'm surprised.
don't listen to what I say, honestly.
Mi corazón!
What's my best trait? Your tail. I would say all of you. This is my honest answer. Someone recognizes my grandeur. Oh, she likes that.
Alright, I admit, that was impressive.
I'm spinning. I'm breaking eardrums. I'm breaking eardrums by doing this. Oh fuck.
Look at him.
Flower, flower. Yes, there's. Give me the flower. I'm spinning.
Go ahead.
Ahí está,
Dance
Soluna.
for me, pollito.
What would you compare my beauty to? The colors on me, feeling more beautiful myself. Want to be the only. Nothing to compare a masterpiece like you. Yeah. Good response. I mean,
I will say you sure are dedicated.
a
obsessed
kobold to a
as you
dragon. A dragon is always a masterpiece, no? I was trying to read as fast as I can. That one was really long. I went into it. Did I just spin die?
It's
Holy
better
shit.
to have loved and lost than never to have loved at all. I wish I knew.
I can react to the fire. I like it when she looks at me like that smug.
Go ahead and dance for me.
I think I see Fang. Yeah. Aha! What's my favorite play? So it's not cards too? This one is just random, I don't know. Who's Gothic Mansion? An animation fan? I don't know what any of those are.
I will say you sure are
I'm a mad
dedicated,
dragon.
obsessed as
This
you
game, yeah, I found it and I need it. Even I'm like, oh, dancer. Done pretty well so far, but survived this last dance? I mean, I already survived the last dance, but I just want to know what she likes and stuff. So I'm going for like all rose run. Hope Mama Dragon is doing it. Oh, I can react.
Thought that would work. That was pretty metal.
I'm spinning. Going in.
Eyes on me.
Guess my star sign. Oh no. What is that? Is that Aries? Is that Aries? That is right. Ooh, dude, because of the horns, because of the
I
horn
will
shape.
say you sure are dedicated, obsessed as you should be.
Mírame.
We should do more right trigger. No right trigger?
I will
Okay.
say you sure are dedicated, obsessed as you
It's
should
doing alright
be.
ish. Sleep is hard sometimes.
Mi amor.
Aww.
Oh, I'm not resisting. I am aiming.
I can't believe I still did it. You know what these dance reminds me of? The disco dance reminds me of the Maximo Asset dance. It kinda does, no? Favorite song? Oh no, I don't know. Through Fire and Flames? Yes! Okay, okay.
This is going well, yes?
Not until you're well done.
Through Fire and Flames, of
Kiss
course.
me now. I dare
I'm going in, I'm going in, I'm going in.
That is tempting. Well, color me impressed.
Easy game. Alright, we watch the credits. Who does the art? Because the art here is so fucking good actually. Art team? Oh, that's a lot of art team and graphic design. Good fucking job, man. There's a lot of names, but holy shit. Character artist? Ooh. There's a lot of people for this game. It feels really small. It's really small. I think it has a lot of people here because I feel like it could be 3 teams of people, because my time in university, I was the game developer team, right? And then eventually we have to like team up with like other teams of like other teams of like modeling, the artist team, right? The asset making team modeling, and then the animation team, and then the gameplay team. Side mini game for a different game. I hope there's a main game for this one. Even the game knows that I need more, they said. A college art class exit project for their portfolio, so everybody gets a little bit of the core practice and put into it, then you use that to apply for a job often. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I just couldn't really explain it well because unfortunately on my side, of situation is I don't really focus on the game or on the coding side because I hate coding with a passion after joining the specification in game development. So I went back to art instead, right? Well, I didn't went back. I still finished the college. I still finished the university. I got a diploma for it, but it says diploma for game development. But most of the things that I've done for games at the end for my final project was asset making. Right? I was making the assets, I was doing the modeling. I didn't do coding. Coding was my other teammate that does it, right? So it's a little bit of an awkward situation for me. So that's why here I am still able to do some 3D art, 3D modeling, right? Because I was the asset making teammate. Yeah, I'm more towards art and asset devs towards the end. Typo in gameplay? Oh, it's okay. It's an amazing game. Easy game, sure. To be fair, you have practiced making dirty swoon. What is swoon? Hi, Sancho. Alright, what's the plan? Alright, chat. I have something that I want to say before I do anything else, right? No more music, that's okay. We can look at the dragon kisser and that's the background, okay? Because I'm a dragon kisser. Anyway, but that's besides the point. So I have been thinking of playing Guild Wars 2 again. But I need to wait for a discount for Guild Wars 2. I need to buy a mount. I need to spend money to buy like a expansion. So let me check. I'm looking. Let me quit the game actually. Okay, you guys cannot hear it, it's okay. I haven't downloaded the game yet though. Guyo? Last played January. Live 得快，就是快。哎呦 it's so expensive. 90 ringgit for this. No, this is the first one we should get, right? Swooning is fall for? Oh, dragons fall for kobold? I thought it's the other way around. Expression of romantic joy. Oh, that's a word I never heard of. Power Fire Heart of Thorns. Okay, so 90块啊，妈咕溜，好贵啊！ This is my Counter-Strike money. I couldn't get more. I already sold all the cases I have. Most of the PvE content is in there. Oh, thank God. I don't like PvP. I don't like this one as well. End of Dragons? What the heck? What the heck? I don't want End of Dragons. I want more dragons. Fuck. Was that fishing that I just saw? Oh, it's gun. Okay. Have you ever played Binding of Isaac? Funnily enough, I didn't know I have Binding of Isaac. I keep seeing Lucy plays Binding of Isaac. And then I didn't know I have the game. I thought I didn't have the game. Dragons in Guild Wars 2 are the evil, not the cute kissable kind. I mean, yeah, but I love all kinds of dragons though. There's 2 versions of the game, by the way. What? I want more dragons? Fuck? Yeah. Fuck me or me. Would be the cage is not helping. Yeah, Woof, what was that? Gosh, must have been the wind. Oh, wow, I didn't know. Oh, Newgrounds version that's also on Steam. Then the remakes that is DLC. What do I have? I have Rebirth. The what? Don't worry about it. I didn't say anything. Being sassy and exhibiting bottom behavior. No. No. You don't know about that. Gosh, wow. Do we play Isaac? I mean, I never really played this one. I know a PvP in games like that, so wait. Yeah, I don't really like PvP as well. There's going to be people if it's like an MMO, right? If it's like an MMO, then PvP is going to be infested in meta builds. And it sucks. You can never win unless you pay money. So it's like, yeah. Its DLCs are 90% off, what she's saying. 90% off? Oh, this one's in library. Which one do... It's free? Wait, I have in library. Wait, I have all these? Wait, do I have all of the... I have everything on library. So... Oh my god, I have all of them. How the fuck? I thought I only had Rebirth. Or Afterbirth, apparently. And then Repentance is free now? Wait, I vaguely remember Repentance cost money, no? Oh, no, wait, I just realized something. Oh, fuck. Chat, I have inflated followers number now. Oh no. I was getting bot raided, and because I have followers mode only on, they started following. Oh, I know what to do. You know what, chat? Let's do this together. I know what to do. So if they follow, they should show up on my followers list. Alright, give me a second. I'm gonna open up music real quick, alright? If you get into Guild Wars 2 again, I can introduce to a boss timer too, so we can find when the world bosses spawn for the biggest events. Ooh, I guess that would be nice, yeah. You can set followers need to have phone number. Inflated. All followers need to have certain count age. Tasty bots, normal all. I mean, I guess I could. Serious a command to Paris bots. I guess it's a new tactic. They just come with the basic ass bitch. The basic ass bitches. Messages, right? They come in like, whoa, go to a gameplay. Whoa, something like that. So it's something that I've never seen before, but it's like a bot viewer, which I don't want. So I'm going to do all I can to get them all fucked up. Okay, so from this one after, it's all bots. Yeah, it's all bots from that point onward. Yeah, okay. So I'm gonna show this. From after this guy, everything up here is bots. But I think I already banned until This one. I remember this name. Piano play going nuts in your cave. Yeah, it's amazing. I can say for sure that they are bots because when they follow, it doesn't show on my activity feed. So that's how you know. It's fucked up. Ban. Right, we're gonna do this together, chat. Once we done this, what do we play? Do I try to download Guild Wars 2 now? But even if I download it now, I don't have mount and it's so slow. Without mount, everything is so slow. Yeah, I already banned a few. Sarah B would also be happy to play Guild Wars 2 with you, I bet. She also does Elder Scrolls Online. We both do WoW, true. We do WoW though, we're on break from that. Might come back to it at Sephiroth Hot Snack Race. I want to play the Dragon Race. Might be a big download if it's completely uninstalled. Yeah, it's completely uninstalled. It's like 85 something gigabytes. So it's kind of big. I could also test out my new 1 gigabyte speed internet. Currently banned. Okay, good. Oh wait, I think that was the wrong one. Oops. Okay, and then is it L? What is this guy's name? Oh, it is I. Oh, I banned the right one. Oh, I banned the right one. I'm going on the ban streak. I tried to just but it won't let me. No, you're not allowed to ban yourself. Yeah, these are the unbanned ones. But I'm sure these are bots because they don't show up. Yeah, you're not allowed to ban yourself. Illegal. Dude, you guys are mods! What do you mean, boo? I think that's the name. We can always like go here and check. Kasa ETJ. Yeah. So we can just copy this and ban so it's like more accurate. If I don't know their like name. Me and Roxas can ban each other at the same time to get the same thing. Why are you so keen on banning yourself? Do we want freedom to... If you ban yourself, you end on the back rooms? Oh no. It was so warm last night. I had to use a wet towel on the blanket. Kobo thought he was... Oh no. No. Heat wave sucks. Oh, which one did I ban? Nikki Talks, right? Okay. Welcome to the follower raid, guys. But we can do this, it's fine. Dual chipset is crazy. Hi, Mead. Hello. We're having a heat wave in Sweden. Yeah, it sounds like heat wave is there now. Please take care. Right, drink water. Try to stay cool as much as possible. Right. Going to be around 27 Celsius today. Tomorrow 30, 31 on sun. Oh, fuck. And without ventilation and without AC unit, that's fucked up. Holy shit. Heat dome is headed across the continent. Yeah, it's dangerous. Please stay safe. 33 here yesterday. Oh my god. And in the building from the 60s for the AC or ability to get a draft going. And a south-facing one-room apartment with big windows. I heard people saying that houses over there don't have ventilation. They are built to keep heat in. Which makes it even scarier. And that's everything. That's everything banned. Hopefully it will remove the follower count after. I don't want inflated follower counts. Like, fuck that. Does it update here? It says 2K. What the fuck? What the fuck? Not AC, because we never had summers like these for 40, 50 years ago. It was just 20 years ago. Yeah, that's scary, actually. Which is even more dangerous. I'm still here. Good, don't ban yourself. Don't ban yourself. What happened? I had a follower, I had a bot raid just now. Is this winter? No, right? Oh my god, it's winter in piano? There's winter everywhere? What? There's winter everywhere? Must have missed it? Yeah, it's okay. I got it taken care of. That's why the channel is currently in followers only mode. I have Seribot. This is a new bot raid apparently. Because I never seen this before. They all come in and say something very basic and be like, "Oh my god, go to the gameplay. Yo, slick gameplay. Whoa." They come in and say something like that. It's like, yeah. Watch it later because it's spicy? Is it because it's spicy? Nah. Blur, yeah. It sucks. I hate it. I remember dealing with bot raids before as well. When I first started streaming, bot raids was so scary. You can watch it now if you want. Now I don't want to watch because you said I can watch it now. It's like a pool of 3 comments to test if they can chat, then later they'll spam phishing links and bad stuff. Oh. I almost got a bot raid a couple of streams ago, but Cerebral banned them. Yeah, if it's like a phishing links spam, that would never appear in my chat because I have the phrase banned and stuff. But I don't know if I should like, because I think I can show my fireball. It's like way up here. Oh, it doesn't show anymore, but it's okay. I have pictures. I snipped it. Like, let's go, perfect play. Stream is goated for real. Gameplay is so smooth. GG. That was pretty slick play, not gonna lie. GG. No way that just happened, lol. Right? They say something like that. So because these are like these are like possible real chatter message. So I don't think I want to ban these phrases. Like these are possible chatters, but I can say for sure these are not because these are all first time chats. So even when the game is paused, they're still saying the same shit. So ban the letter T. Everyone's gonna get banned. What do you mean? Links will ask you to message them on Discord or something. Yeah, that also is not allowed anyway. They can also scan the chat and try to DM legitimate viewers. That's fucked up. It would be funny. I would be funny. No, T is not banned. Wait. I'm not gonna do that. Do I do that? It will be kind of funny though. Zeus, I think, has a bad idea. we ban tea now? Oh my god. Chat, I have a tiny idea. I don't know if it's gonna work. Maybe not. Maybe it does. I have no idea. But huh? Okay, I accidentally look at my viewer list. I accidentally look at my viewer count. Ooh, a lot of people here. Hey! Oops. I'm not doing much here. I'm sorry. This is fuck. The worst part is no corresponding link between them in chat. Quick? Is I manning the leer? Is why I don't get is why they don't just jump straight to DM, skip the middle ground. They want to feel they want to make it seem real first. Make people put down their guard, I guess. Oh, nice! You got the plushie. Yeah, get get deleted. Hi, Dragon Colony. Except that doesn't even work. They are too fake for that. Yeah, that's the thing. They are too fake for that. They are trying to find ways to make it seem real. Hence these messages, you know. Like they are trying. What I wanted to say again? I forgot. Now I'm worried. Now I'm worried. So check. It's at 22, right? I'm a little bit worried it might be inflated. You know what I mean? I'm a little bit afraid. Because usually it's around like 15, 12. I feel like that's a normal amount, no? I don't know, that's just how I feel. Social engineering attack, even if it looks fake to you, it works on someone somewhere. Yep, exactly. I guess because I'm like very vigilant when it comes to like scam shit. Or like I'm very skeptical when it comes to like first time chatters. I'm usually like I usually do the rock sus face, you know, like I need to find that face. I usually look at first time chatters in a more skeptical way. You know, I look at people like this first. I look at them like this if they are first time chatter, you know what I mean? And then be like, right? So I'm a little bit more, yeah, vigilant. So I guess that won't work on me, hopefully. But still, you're gonna be careful. You never know what's gonna happen. Know what I mean? Especially when it comes to internet, be vigilant. It's dangerous out there, right? It's dangerous out there. It's kind of like scams in global chat in certain MMOs, EV Online, or for example, the scams all exist because they will inevitably work on someone. Yes, exactly. That reminds me of global chat in Dragon Village 3. There has been spam messages, phishing links in global chat in Dragon Village 3. It's kind of scary, actually. Are we still banning tea? Has how you fuck you. My name became Ilera. Even if it's a social engineering attack, they'll probably just be as effective if they just skip to DMing people. Usually those measures are to actually troll the net, so to speak. That's already satisfied by attempting to DM people. I guess, fair enough. I mean, I couldn't say much with like social engineering attacks and stuff because, again, I'm not very well versed in stuff like that. All I know is I'm trying to protect myself as much as possible. So, yeah, I guess I work in a more simple way, huh? Maybe. So, what I wanted to do, I kind of wanted to download. I kind of wanted to download Guild Wars 2. And because Guild Wars 2, while it's downloading, it's probably gonna take a long time to download. I kinda want to scratch that itch of playing MapleStory. I did find another one that I used to play. Right, I played it back. I played Dream MS, and I'm playing it again. It's possible Twitch has some telemetry safety to see if the user's actual activity in the chat with another user they're opening a first time DM with. So they're using that to fly under the radar, maybe? The extra mythical strap is what makes sense to me, honestly. Are they the scammers that stupid? That they're overcomplicating it? Oh, all in response to that. Probably. Yeah, again, it's hard to say. But with all that being said, though, I honestly want my follow counts to go back to it. So I was checking the follower count. It was at 1980. No, it was at 1979. But now it's 1997. I can bring the follower count down by 1. Are you gonna unfollow this kobold? I'm gonna cry though. Are you ready for me to cry though? I'm so gonna cry if you leave. I will cry so hard that the stream could crash. They said wallet it down because those are unintended. Those are fake followers. Those are bots. It's different. It's different when people look at my stream and be like, "Oh, okay," and then press the follow button, right? When it's just artificial people pressing the follow button for the sake of spamming, then no. Guild Wars 2. Also, I realized lately I haven't been playing the games that I need to play. You know, I haven't been playing Halo, I haven't been playing Lunasid and Mina the Hollower, right? I know I haven't been playing them. I don't know why I'm like I'm in my MMO brain rot lately. That I just want to play MapleStory. I want to play Dragon Nika. I want to play Guild Wars 2. I want to play. I mean, I wanted to play Path of Exile, but it's just kind of it didn't really grow on me, so I had it uninstalled. I want to try Warframe, but it feels a little bit too high execution. Oh, at least it looks kind of high execution. You know, with everything just goes like flippy dippy zips and like doing flips and shit, right? So I don't know. Yeah, let's go with that idea. Why not? We install Guild Wars 2, and hopefully that doesn't lag out the things too much, and I can play Dream MS. You play funny games like me, you'll be fine in Warframe. Hmm? Oh, Chad, actually, Fermi, you reminded me something. I wanted to buy a levelless controller. I found one in Shopee that cost like 200 plus ringgit. I'm so saving up for it. I want it. I want it. I want the levelless controller. I want to play Tekken again. It's been so long. I want to play Tekken again. Warfare is probably too big for a current, like too intensive. I'm currently on Factorial. Factorial is too hard for me. I don't really play like Factorio is too. It needs too much brain. We could do Far Far West to check out the update while Guild Wars installs. Thinly failed attempt to drag more friends on that. I would. Oh, honestly, I would. But the only situation is that when Steam installs games or downloading games, it takes like, okay, let's see how much it takes. Let me install Guild Wars 2. It takes, I believe, 80% of my CPU. Okay, maybe not that much. Oh, it doesn't take much at all. Wait, what? I'm checking. It's downloading. It doesn't. I'm surprised. Oh. Maybe I can play Far Far West then? It's just probably going to be a bit of a laggy mess. Factorial easy? I don't believe that at all. I saw Nexus. I saw Johnny played it. It is so complex. I can't. Warframe 3 highly optimized. It can run on the toaster. They got it running on mobile and Switch. Oh wow, shit, okay. Factorial actually eases you into everything bit by bit, and then you can throw around the difficulty as required. That's good. I just don't... Too much... I need more action. You just need a shiny to dangle, then lots of combos would follow. You can dangle, or as a dragon, you can dangle your maw or tail in front of me. I would definitely stick onto it. One of the more intensive free forever games. Yeah, but I guess I can turn the I can turn the graphics down a lot. Saying this is someone who got thrown in head first? Oh, Factorial? Oh. Complex Junction. We can coop with Factorial? No. I don't want to play Factorial. Ooh, shiny before blowing it up. Interesting little tidbit there. Good to know. Good. Ash. You want to know something cool as well? I probably should not say that on stream. Look, I'm needy, okay? I guess this looks fine. We could check out Far Far West again. Why not? Let's play May. Yeah, it's been a while. I don't know if they optimized the game or not. Probably not because it's still in early access. No one played Far Far West. Oh my god. No one plays it anymore. I guess they're done I guess they're done grinding. I don't find appealing. I find okay, honestly my honest opinion towards Far Far West, I was having fun. But then when they decide to nerf something that's really strong in a PvE game, I just feel like it's kind of weird. Right? I feel like the game is less fun. I feel what the fuck? Oh, did I open up Far Far West? I didn't. I pressed it once. What do you mean I didn't open up Far Far West? That actually scared the fuck out of me. Anyway. Yeah, I just feel like fun is not allowed. So that update alone kind of drives me away. Kind of. So I kind of stopped playing it after. I just bleh, you know, a little bit of bleh. Mrs. Storm jump scare. Oh, it is also thunderstorming here. I'll stop teasing her publicly. Hey, my DMs are open for you in Discord. I always love it. Less so deep roll from my view. That's a fair point. Overblast was gratuitously strong compared to everything else. Buff everything else. It's a PvE game. It's not a PvP game. Or if you want to have more fun, buff some enemies. You know what I mean? Or have some strong enemies like the newest update. They have elite enemies now. Right? They added, well, at some point they added elite enemies. Buff everything else. Make us strong. Makes things fun. You know, we play Far West, sure, we want difficulty and stuff. But nerfing something in a PvE game is a thing that I would never get it? Question mark? That's my honest opinion. Did you ever play Back 4 Blood? Yes. But the game is fun for like 10 minutes. And then I stopped playing it. 7 pads with no upgrades default overblast could effectively add more than 50% damage to your mag, and then you factor in reload slash mag stacking. Yeah. Then let people do it, you know? It's like people can decide to be gratuitously OP, or they want to play the normal game. It's up to them, right? They can choose not to use that thing, you know, that upgrade. It's a co-op roguelike story game. They kept nerfing builds in it. Maybe that's why it's getting less fun. No one plays Back 4 Blood anymore. And like, why am I playing Magic the Gathering while I'm playing Back 4 Blood? You know what I mean? I've been like, after playing Back 4 Blood, I just got back to Left 4 Dead 2. Managed to get up to 22 max shotgun without sacrificing anything. So 4 times damage if you do reload mechanism stacks with Overblast. Do I even need to say how powerful it is? No. Do they need to nerf it? No, it's a PvE game. Again, that's my point. I just feel like nerfing things, again, it's a PvE game. Let people go batshit insane. Why be so scared of things going overpowered? It's not like you're trying to use that build against someone else. In early Back 4 Blood, you could make strong melee builds, then they all melee cards super early cap to its buff. What? The next closest would probably be run and gun speedster stacking, which at its highest it would take 9 Joker slots in a weapon, 5 from the player for a 50% damage buff. And then they have a lot of Joker that is like to get more money and stuff. I like those ones. Main energy at +1 temporary health, plus damage reduction, and +1 wound heal every hit. They kept temporary health and damage reduction like 5 max. Oh no, GG. Lumping together for 14, despite the fact that player Jokers are very important. 14 Jokers with the same buff at base level versus 5 slots for a single dose of Overblast. I get all that. And my point still is it's a PvE game. Can I not have broken as fuck builds? Is it not allowed? You know what I mean? I mean, look at Wrist of Rain too. I know I haven't been playing Wrist of Rain 2 for for a long time, but I would still play the game. It's a game where they're not afraid of people crashing the game. I think that's fun, personally. I mean, sure, it does get old after a bit, and then you can choose not to be. You can choose not to be OP. You can choose to not use that Joker, right? Or like in Wrist of Rain, you can choose for the game to give you random items instead of you choose an item to make you strong and OP. Speedster wasn't working as intended, but instead of fixing it to work as intended, they revoked it as the committee was used to. That's one of the power picks that still requires stacking, as people consistently show. Man, I feel like I don't want to play Far Far West anymore. Oh. Okay, let's see the newest like patch and anything. Or the newest. Okay, these are quality of life bug fixes, hot fix, patch. Okay, balance. Improve. Ooh. Okay. Okay. Oh, there is buff. Oh shit. Joker, pick shot. Easier to explode. That's actually nice. I don't have this one. Run and reload. Yeah, this one is nice. I don't know this one. I don't know this one. Don't know this one. I know this one. Increase from 0.5. Yes! Okay. I fucking love this one. I don't know what this one is. Chunky Troll? I don't know what this one is. Don't know what this one is. Don't know what this one is. Oh, I just don't remember what they are. Finger guns, 70% faster. No longer affected by gravity. Oh. Our enemy balance additions from patch will be too strong, lowering some of our cryptic friends' efficiency. And bees? Attack duration lowered from 8 to 6. Base damage reduced from 4 to 2. Yeah, I feel like bees are weird. But I'm glad. Okay, let me see like the first. Yeah, this is what I saw back then. Yeah, they buff and then they buff. Oh, they buffed it again. Oh no, I don't know where it was. I'm stupid. Whoa, hey, wait, how much? The patches usually have stat changes, by the way. But in short, they noticed the quad cylinder was massively underperforming, so they buffed accuracy twice. A lot of things got buffed. Minigun got mild nerfed since it occupied the exact same role as the quad cylinder. Now that nerf is understandable, but I don't know what they nerfed, so can't say much. In general, they are jacking up power. Seems like speeder stacking is the baseline they wanted the gun for. Hence, Overblast being nerfed because it was ridiculously overtuned above then for essentially just free. Is it free though? It's still 5 slots, no? We only have 14 slots max, no? Dragon has been kissed. Now Kobo goes Ni howdy. Ni howdy, god damn it. Far west. Nah. I'm surprised how not a lot of people playing Far West anymore. I wonder what's going on. Even my friend group doesn't play it anymore. Did Tyranny ever try RoboQuest? No, but I think I have the game wishlisted. It's something like Gunfire, but way more stylized than robots. I think. Prestige gives you 1 slot per prestige, 2 extra joker slots for a total of 16. 2 more upgrade points, total 26. Double the speed of prestiging. Oh! That's nice. I mean, I prestige once. And for my shotgun, that's it. Well, before I judge the game any further, let's try the game again. Alright, give me a second. Boom. Boom. Oh, it was like this, I think. Wait, maybe not. Am I stupid? Nah, it works. Alright, so capture this one. FK proper to do stuff, big in about 30 minutes, hopefully faster. Can you explain more later? Sure, I'll take a look as well. Okay, there we go. I probably have to turn down a lot of graphic options. Push all device. This is my shitty mic. Do I use shitty mic? Yeah, why not? Snaps Kobo on bed. Oh. Eh? Is it time? Oh my goodness. Is it excited Kobo time? Whoa, everything is very dark now. It's steamy. But in general, they buff basically everything on the player. Only major nerf was Overblast, and we're working towards free homing. The free homing shots on quad cylinder, so it's definitely in an experimental phase, even if it's a nerf. And minigun got a slight nerf that reduced the accuracy, which really does not matter in the long term, considering the recoil makes you sway around that much anyways. Yeah, I guess that's fair. It is minigun. Also, I haven't tried RoboQuest yet. I forgot if I answered that or not. I would drink water. And Kobo did? Oh, nice, good. I was afraid I forgot. This one. This one. Boom. Boom. And boom. Okay, there we go. Okay. I cannot make it play on the background, right? It's okay. Alright, game seems to work nicely. I don't know much about this game, but it gives me RoboQuest but Western vibes as well. Yeah, I mean, it is similar to Gunfire Reborn, Deep Rock Galactic, games like that. My PC is actively dying. My PC is actually actively dying. Help. Man, I have everything on lowest there already. Oh. Boomerang is really fun though. I loved boomerang. Voices? Oh my god. Battle cry? In-game press B to throw ahead and scream? No sound, no fun, just a cone. The yeehaw is pretty loud though. Yeehaw! Yeah. A rancid granny voice to perfectly match your unbearable bitter attitude? What do you mean? So Battlecry is new. Hag is me. I kind of want to get the hag as well. I can buy it. It's 750. I'm buying it. Uh-oh. 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 Oh no. Oh no. It's kind of loud though. Let me turn it down a little bit. $69. Yeah, this sounds better. I still have Mino. What is my... So it's always QE, and it does that. It's really good. And then Mino, so they can heal eating these candles. Very, very nice. I think that's a solid like magic choice. I guess we try going for a match. Wait, no, one last thing. $84 and 100. I'm level 74. Maximum speed, some jump height. No health. Oh yeah, I went for no health because I always get like 1-2 shot anyway. Gamba? Souls? I have no souls. I'm soulless. I'm soulless behavior. Oh no. It's soulless behavior. And let's do... Near enemy times, increase enemy count, 3 danger zones, flying structures. Even hard is flying structures already. I have been playing very hard, I think. 2 new maps. Mysterious train wreck. 0 to 10 graves, 2 out of 3 music disc. Today is very comfy though. Like outside is not thunderstorming anymore. But gosh, is the weather nice. Nuclear missile? Necromancer? Let's do this. First match after a few months. I'm probably gonna die a lot, I feel like. My PC is still dying playing this game now. Oh no. No more audio because my PC is dying. Unfortunate. Oh, okay. Oh, there's something. This is good, right? Oh, I forgot about the snake. Where did it even come from? That worked. We did bend the... No, PC is having a hard... Oh, we did bend the letter T. Now your PC is having a heart attack. Oh, hi Nuclear. Like, might we go in a bit? I can finish run as required. Oh, then I should leave, right? Because me doing this one run is probably gonna take like 10 years. Oh, Nuclear is doing good. Oh, you can join mid-run? I think we're friends on Steam, right? Struggling to sleep? Oh no. It feels like a lot of people are struggling through insomnia, me included. Oh, I thought my game crashed. Oh, hopefully being here helps a little bit. That's going around, right? It's weird. Oh, you just... Is that friendly fire? Yes? Oh, ow! It's okay, I would not accidentally hurt. What were they shooting? My ears are bleeding, what is this? Oh, it's a danger zone. That explains it. It's all good. Storm is nothing too bad. Yeah, the danger zone enemies here. Good god. Are those bad? Are those good? Who is the enemy? Green's friend? Okay. Acid mastering. Hero voice helps. Oh, thank you. Cozy Bowl is very good for helping sleeps. Hopefully. Jokers are instanced. Not shared anymore. Oh, okay. What ear, right? You're a kobold lizard with ear. Do you not need these, Joker? Wait, I combo have ear. Click on them on the map. That's how you drop them. Oh. Yeah, I got 2 ears, and Jane is not observant enough. Healing them? I got my own way of healing. Okay. My PC is like... No, I don't want the West Wizard. I like this one though. Bees! Why are you shooting it? Wait, what am I trying to do again? This one. Half a second. I mean, it is from your place to Malaysia. Bees! Big pointy smoochable. Big pointy smoochable ears. Then pointy things can breathe your ears. Sure. I'm okay with that. I'm so not used to F being the grab things button anymore. I saw something. Shit. Impulse grenade? That's what you were searching before? I didn't even know. Haven't played this game in a while. I hear bees. I don't like it when I hear bees. I'm running away. Fine, Joker. 25% oh yeah. It's a building. I don't know how to play this game anymore. I feel so sluggish. The game is not too loud, right? The game is so loud, okay. Got it, got it. Okay, hopefully that's not too loud. Sherry stars, plus 10%. Plus disgrace and speedy guns on this to move faster for the speed from there. You're fast? Yeah, but I'm just saying I feel so sluggish because I haven't played this game for a long time. It was overtaking your voice? Okay, thanks for telling me. I didn't know the game can be that loud actually. Well, if it's still too loud, I will turn it down even more. Oh, that's what it means. I didn't think it was a nuke. I wanted to jump in there. And supportive wiggles. Oh my god, same. Hi. Okay. Oh, we did the 4 with 3 side objectives. Hope Sim is doing good. Hope the fluffy dragon doing good. It's better now, but I'll keep an ear out. Thank you. So we are sharing jokers now, right? You and me see the same joker on the screen? Different joke. Oh shit, okay. For instance, here's my finds. Oh, okay. We can take them back. Oh, bees. I'll shoot them from behind for you. And third EP is bedtime, but otherwise okay. Hope the cucumber is well. Yeah, Kobo is doing pretty good. And if Dirk EP is good. I love EP. And when Dirk gets the EP, I hope Dirk has a good EP after. Oh. Where's it coming from? I'll follow you. what is that? Ooh, am I flying? Oh, gravity field, okay. Oh, I need that. I need the shiny. I definitely didn't do that on purpose, it's fine. Big one, I think. You know what? I have another pet peeve for this game, actually. So, there is hordes, right? When I trigger a storm, there's a horde going on. Music is an absolute banger. But when the music gets the good part, it always cuts off. It's like, what? Can I listen to it more? I hate it. I want to listen to the banger music more. Of course. Yeah, I steal. And heckin' yep. The fiery on leverage? That's pretty fast. Oh, Giver Soul is ready! Oh my god. That's... Wait, that's fast as hell. It was 80 something gigabytes. It gets fast over time. For 50 damage stealth? Oh, it does more than... Oh, yeah, I could never use lever edge though, it requires too much accuracy, which I don't have. I'm surprised I wouldn't deal any damage to you. Or maybe I did, I just didn't know. Good guy. Another one of these. I don't have acid. You think I have a perfect shot? That's a nice joke. I mean, it's at least way better than I am. Good enough, you gradually micro adjust. See, that's skill right there. I got the last one. Oh, we did all of them. Machine gunner works on the shotgun too. Shotgun only has 10 bullets though. Wait, leverage only has 10? I thought there's more than that. Oops. Storm, let's go. I'm here. Oh no, I have to. I mean, Jameson is here, it's fine. The dragon is here, I can just get shiny. See? I'm so safe. There's a bomb spawner somewhere. See? Like when the music gets good, it stops. Shit. Loot first, whatever else is happening later. Yeah, very important. Yeah, I'm good. We can fight. I should look behind me, honestly. Is 98 good? Reloading now waste unused ammo. This one is good on shotgun. I'm pretty sure anyway. Yeah. That one is free for shotgun. Move faster and deal more damage as a dead ghost. Shotgun does round reload so it doesn't waste. Yeah, it's always good. Can I move around as a ghost? I mean, I never get a chance to be a ghost because I always play solo, and when I die, I just lose the game. Last player standing. Oh! Wait, do I hurt you? Wait, that's actually really good though, no? Yo, okay, okay. So that's you just become a tumbleweed. That's kind of funny. Tumbleweed ghost. Nook. How do I ping? Okay. Tumbleweed, yeah. Oh my god, I'm a tumbleweed. Pink. One dose of laser 10. Refill every 12 seconds, but I can't pick up ammo boxes. Second laser give me extra 10. Ooh, okay. Oh, no wonder you're not picking up any ammo. 3% ammo every 12 seconds. I'm pretty sure you cannot consume that fast because you need to reload. That's pretty good. Money. Late game machine gun alone consumes that fast. But you're a level edge. I'm also love how Jameson types so fast. Second rate because my frame rate get gradually bad. Really much previous memory without speed while empty. Oh, yeah, that makes sense then. Oh. Oh, I love mushrooms. Oh my god, can I have more? Oh my god, mushrooms. Oh hell yeah. Can I have more mushrooms? Oh my goodness. More? Ooh. Whoa, where am I? Mushrooms actually heal? Oh, they heal. I'm going in. That's a little bit easier, I think. Mushrooms, healthiest fungi? Yeah. Uh-oh. Where the biggins? Schnick! Hi, Coyote. Oh my god, hi, Tim. I think Jameson is fine. Jameson is like OP in the game. Uh oh. Sniper. Oh, everything's fine. Don't worry about it. Oh, it's a danger zone. No wonder. Hope Coyote is doing good. Imagine if I was seeing double when mushroom the second shotgun actually fired. Oh my god. Oh, sorry, I shot right at your face. That must have hurt. Mine. Oh. Oh, I have to log in. Don't have heal though. 1/3 of my health in one shot. Yeah, that's why I was like, there's no need to bring health upgrade. You're just gonna get 1-2 shot anyway. So we can spend the health point on something that's better. Imagine a double shotgun though. Oh my god, that's gonna get Kobo excited. Holy shit. Bomb. Ayoli. Well, I have a big explosion. Less than 50 health right now. You do? I have 100. So... Oh my god, that actually hurt you so much. I'm surprised a punch did something. Double life pack 2 West Wizards. No wonder lah. I mean, that's minus punch to 2 damage, and that was... Okay, yeah, that was a very visible damage life drop, so... Oh my god, you steal this from me? I cannot believe it, my shiny is being stolen. I would punch dragons so hard. Oh. Dirt needs shiny too? Okay, fair. Can we gonna kill bees, right? Yeah, no. Fine. Dragon can have some shiny. What are we doing again? Have we done this objective? Oh. I have a joker that gives 1 health per 20 gold. So this is with that joker. Oh, so... Even with that you have no health? That's crazy. What's most carrying the Kobo with shotgun? The Kobo beating 2 shotguns? Exactly. Sorry, 1 life packed. Found 1 in the mission. There's something. Stonks? Oh, nice. Two health on kill. Oh. So if you kill me, you get 2 health back, right? Nope. Okay, this game sucks. Joking. SP skeleton. Okay. Ooh. Stuff with 5 dynamites. Okay. Live and die by grinding through the horde. That's why dragon's so strong. Try what? Oh? How'd you get more? Wait, how'd you get free? Can we throw it in like that? No, oh, can we not throw it in like that? You can catch it and shove it in. Oh, I wanted to throw it in like this. That would be great. I'll go... Okay. Oh my god, you're way faster. I want to have 2 shotguns. That fire hurts, by the way. Ooh, shit. Ow. Okay, it really hurts. It's okay, I have hit me. That was cool. Ooh, wait, I just saw a mushroom. Am I schizo? I thought I just saw a mushroom. Mushroom. Oh my god, this is actually double shotgun. If I eat mushroom, I have double shotgun. Yeah, exactly. Mushroom. I pull. There's only how much? There's an actual nuke? Yeah, we left nuke. Need to keep an eye out for mushrooms. It gives me double shotgun buff. As in it actually hits like a nuke at a position. I don't think I can reach the position in time. Ooh. Portals? Do we have portals in this game? Oh, I don't know if I hit that. Oh my god. I tapped the mushroom? Heck yeah. Oh. What is that? Also going to mission and see what happens? Sure. Please don't be a book. 3 gold? Okay. I just saw mushroom. Wait, I thought I saw mushroom. What? That's weird. Okay, my eyesight needs checking, I feel like. Bell shot? Nice. Healing ghost bell? Yeah, the banjo is so cool. I wish the music would play longer on every storm, because the storm always stops when the music gets to the good part. When the banjo kicks in, that's the good part, and the music just be like, we're done. It's unfortunate. It's like one of a pet peeve of mine. It lasts for the boss too? Well, at least that's good. I couldn't aim. Oh, I'm out of ammo. I don't have utility. You know what? I'm gonna face tank this. Fuck it. Drink! It's okay, boomerang. Oh, really? Oh, you asshat. I want this. Yeah, me too. I ran out of ammo as well. Oh, this one is good too. Holy shit. The music in this game is actually banger, so hell yeah. Sniper. That was fast. I'm coming. Oh my god, mushroom. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, I cannot see. Let's go. Wait, mushroom. What? I'm not schizo. You saw what happened. The game is trying to mindfuck me. You guys saw that. Oh, there's something there. Alright, we can extract now. I was like, there's like a constant something spawning. To the music? Oh, the... Wait, there's so many mushrooms. Oh. Give me a second. Everything hurts. Just go? Alright. Oh, you also get revived. Nice. I thought I need to like revive you so that you can get the good ending as well. Oh, did you not get the good ending because you're sad? Oh, I nuked you! I'm sorry, I didn't know. I missed the fun. Yeah, they were... I assume you mean the bot raid just now. It's hard for everyone. Oh no, I'm sorry. I didn't think about that. Also, hi Evie. I heard it. That's machine gunner with also speedster. You're stacking as well. Those are speedster. Okay, it's a tame stuff? Well, good. Alright, it's a PvE game. Let people go bonkers. Hell yeah. I'm going back to the salon. I was in the city with her partner. It's all good. You don't need. There's no need to be sorry at all. And I hope you had fun with your. I hope you had a fun time with your partner. I cannot speak. It's so hard to speak. Find for some expensive clothes, for some expensive bath bombs. So we had Wendy's for lunch burger. Ooh, never had Wendy's before. For an idea of how slow this is normally, I'm at the range. I'm hearing. I'm afraid of the old overblast. I usually think overpowered. I didn't even get to experience that for a good for like properly. I'm just upset. That got nerfed when I first got it. It's like, nah, god damn it. God damn it. Only 3 stores in all of Australia, so it's kind of special here, especially extremely tasty burgers. Ooh, yeah, I don't have. I never had Wendy's before. I don't think there's Wendy's here at all. Yeah, you can go AFK, don't worry. Thanks for playing with me. Go nuts and experiment. Heck yeah. Thank you, Jameson. I want burger, but I need to save money for the leveless controller. I saw the leveless controller and I want it. Why? I'm gonna drink water. Chicken burger good, oh my god. Well, Guild Wars 2 is done. I don't even I mean, I don't have a mount in Guild Wars 2. Double check. So everything's gonna be a lot slower in Guild Wars 2 without the mount. I mean, I have been in my MMO itch lately. I started playing Maple Story again, and then I stopped playing Path of Exile because it didn't really pull me in. But then I kind of want to play Guild Wars 2 again. I mean, Char is cool, even though there's not really any dragons in the game, but I get Char, it's fine. Partner usually always go for chicken. Today she took me by surprise by getting a double beef bacon burger. Like the double cheeseburger with salad. Fuck, all of them sound good. All of them sound good. I'm thinking so hard. Kobo is thinking so hard right now. I mean, if I were to play Guild Wars 2, it would be like the free version since I never have any. I don't have any like expansions, and I think I'm still at the first area? Question mark. I'm not sure. Gosh, I don't know. I don't know. My brain hurts from thinking. Ow. I'm playing Guild Wars 2. Oh no. Oh no. Wait. Oh yeah, I should probably double check if my followers list is still like fucked up. I want to double check just in case. because I had a follower raid. Well, not a follower raid, but a bot raid. How is the Kobo so very cute at all times? I don't know. Becomes jar. Done. Right, let me check this one real quick. I mean, I should open up this one as well. It's probably gonna take a while. Okay. What is this? Oh no, there's more okay. I thought there's more downloads. Oh wait, there is more downloads. I banned these guys, but they're still on my followers list. Should I be concerned? Probably. What? Excuse me? Wait, are you telling me... Oh, 87 oh, okay, okay. Use Seri tools after? Or maybe now I can do it. Since it's downloading something anyway, it's probably gonna take a little bit. This one doesn't take long, it looks like. Alright, and let me open up music for a little bit. Wait. Oh, that was fast. Welcome back. Kobo lost to Guild Wars 2 Temptation. I was giving it a really good long thought and be like, oh no. We go to Seribot, right? Seribot. Twitch.tv/Seribot. Oh, is it not this Seribot? Oh, it's Seri underscore bot. Okay. I almost go to the wrong one. Now we're doing over again. No, it's almost done. Oh yeah, chat, look. I can play ads now. Twitch can play ads on my end now. I disabled ads for Twitch. Rate bot spam. Oh, do I need remove bots? This person did remove bots, and it looks like it's what I need. Mod action taken. Ooh, bot account in list. Let me try. I want to try that too. Follow bots? I will block known follow bots after stream ends. Ooh, okay. Oh, thank you, zombie bait AU. Follow bots. Oh, I need to refresh. Okay. Ah, I should be showing this. Nice, we did it. Okay, I'm back here again. Follow. Oh, remove bots? Okay. So I will use follow bots on and remove bots for now. Okay, I think I just type follow bots. That's already enabled. Oh, okay. I have that enabled. Remove bots. One bot found. Nice. Right, chat. Who got removed? They made it so I can change some Siri commands as lead mod. Oh, that's so cool. Okay. Foxes are known to cache or store food for later when prey is abundant. They bury excess food in multiple locations throughout the territory. Is there an aimbot being removed? Aha. I mean, you can use aimbot in Counter-Strike, it's fine. Vac life is not real at all. Vac life is actually fake. Wow, Seribot is so cool. Holy shit. I mean, I did ban them on my own just now. The bots that happened not too long ago. And it's done. You saw? I was on a banning spree. And Kobo so blood. And snack stashes are important. Yeah, so that I can always have access to food. And Kobo does the same thing. I have my snack stashed here. I have my milk flavored crackers. Look, Kobo love milk, okay? Especially dragon milk. Huh? It must have been the wind. There we go. I had to reply some messages now. I feel like these days my streams are just kind of me doing whatever the fuck I want. I mean, in a way, I guess that's good. Let me close this. And oh, actually, I should let that. Play. You know what? I should let that music play. I love some piano music. I didn't know the music is this. Oh, chat, actually, I forgot to show you guys something. I found this the other day. And it looks amazing. Like, Levelers, it's mini, right? It's small, but it's only less than 200. Like, holy shit. Oh my goodness. I don't think my hands are big, so mini is good. Yeah, this is a mini arcade hitbox controller. Goodness me. It's 156 ringgit. I could. I could buy it with my savings. But I also have to be so mindful. No. 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 I'm putting that away. Alright, music's playing. capture Guild Wars 2. I'm at... I have 2 characters? Oh, I have Linglong and Tura Kobo. I guess I'm playing as this one. I didn't know I have 2 characters. What is this? Weaponsmith, Armorsmith? What is my class? Guardian? Warrior? Oh, they're both like close range. Oh my god. Hell yeah, I love close range. Oh, sorry, that was loud. Oh, that was really loud as well, I'm sorry. This one, the ball is weird. Alright, let's play. Where is this? I don't know where this is.
Chicken
No. Double? 7 deadly sins? No. They don't have dragons. Free item available? Oh my god, free? How do I get the free things? Promotions? What? Dragon. Ooh, free. Mine now. I love it when there's free stuff. Orchid Mantis Raptor skin? Available for 5 days only. That's crazy. What do you mean 5 days only? This is why I stopped playing Guild Wars 2. Because there's... Oh, because of all the microtransactions? I mean, yeah. But one thing that I feel okay, only okay, is because of currency exchange. So, like, you could use gold to buy gems. So essentially, you can use in-game currency to buy everything here. But you need to have expansions before you can buy this. Like, you have to... Whoa, the music is like going in. Yes, you can, but it takes a long ass time. Yeah, that's the thing. That's why I say technically. Like, the option is there, right? But good god, 780 gold? For 2k gems. Piano out of 10. I love piano. I love piano. I used to learn piano. I was only grade 6 and I stopped learning it. I have a Bunai. Invitation to Dragon Bash. Is this my account? I'm starting to doubt that this is my account. What is all these? Hi, Nina. 10% off ends in 13 days. Doliak. Bonus event. Fractal Rush. Oh my god, I don't know what I'm doing now. Water buttons. Backpack straps. A simple bag slot item used to attach decorative packs. Ooh. Wait. Vibrant Wings backpack. So... Oh. One bag slot item of any weight class. This bag slot skin has no stats of its own. We're going to the Fashions tab. Change your cosmetic and dyes and save the... We have to populate to save the first Fashion tab for free with current equipped cosmetics. The Fashion tab... What is going on? Yes? I don't know. Oh, am I using this already? Oh my god. Kobo is gay. Let's go. Wait, it's not there. How do I... Oh, what? Buttons. Hero? Yeah, how do I... I don't think I have it hidden. It's here. I could be a gabled or gay char. Oh, I have to apply? Apply all pending equipment transportations and dye changes. So I guess that did it. Oh, yo, I'm gay. Hell yeah. Alright, what do we do? We have 6 males. Exciting new proposition in fractal research awaits, brought to you by the Consortium. Recover fractal rush trophies by stabilizing fractals via the mist block. Happy stabilizing? What? Oh my god, I haven't played this game for so long. What's going on? Double click to consume. Teleport to the fractals of the mist entrance in Lion's Arch. If you're already in Holbrack, you will be returned to your homeland. I love dragons, but I don't want to bash dragons. Guild 2? Yeah, I haven't played this game for so many months. I don't know what I'm doing anymore. Dragon Bash? Dragon Bash is not yet begun. Smash dragons? I would rather have dragons smash me instead. What? Dragon. So, do I use this? Your teleport cannot be called due to level restrictions on your destination. Well, I guess that's gone. Fashion templates. Hero panel, new fashion tab. Okay. Hero of the jukebox. Unlocks a jukebox for your home instance and homestead. Do I even have a home in this game? Okay. New magnetite. Happy birthday. It's the anniversary of a character's creation. Recollection of your last year of heroic deeds in Tyria. My name's Tyra. Oh my god. Here's a gift for you. Thank you too. Second birthday gift. First birthday gift. Third birthday gift. What is... Huh? Okay, we have first, We have second. We have third. Okay, there we go. Diarrhea Kobo. Oh no. I have become the Guild Wars 2 area. Cake? Troll Bola? Bowls Charge? Stomp? Three birthdays in the same year? Yeah, I don't know how they count the birthday, I'm not gonna lie. Unless this is not the account that I play, but this one has to be it. Each character gets a birthday present. Oh, they stack? Ooh, okay. Well, I have sharp training. I have all the signet of rage. They stack if you don't open the mail. Uh-oh. Oh, I opened them. That's unfortunate, but it's okay. We opened one. Mini Queen Jenna? Mini to follow you around. Only one mini maybe. Eh. Why do I want a human to experience to like follow me around? Oh my god. Actually mini. What is that? Well, I don't know why that's a thing, but that's a thing apparently. Oh, oh my god. Oh my god. I keep getting hiccups. Help. Oh, oh. I'm drinking water. Dare to reuse the model somehow? I assume Jenna is like an important person in the game. Okay, I'm back. I think I might want to like open up the lights soon, even though it's only like 4 p.m. 4:20. Let's go. Oh, these things are gonna be so annoying. Instantly reinforces armor. Access your account bank from anyway single use. Oh. Heroic booster. Summons a black line immersion if your inventory is full after gathering. 20-minute cooldown. 10 seconds of swiftness after gathering. 30% chance of extra gathering strike. Critical crafting experience gain. Magic fine. Okay, so here's the thing. What do I do in this game? What is that? Why is it moving? Oh, oh, Wolf is trying to kill them? No? I guess it's fine. I'll let them go. Oh, right. We have to do the love things. Out of those rainbow wings? Yeah, the game told me there's free items and I just got them. It's a beautiful rainbow wing. Can't mount in combat. Do I still have my raptor? Whoa. Wait, do I have a forever raptor? But I didn't buy the expansion. Huh? I mean, I'll take it. I'll take it, the free raptor. Are we going to right side? Here. Go raptor, go raptor, go. I'm so fast. The wolves will chase me down and try to kill me, right? Yeah. How do I attack? Oh. Who are you? Are you NPC? Why are you following me? Think they updated the game so everyone has a mount now? Last time I played it, it was like the mount only lasts for 10 hours. And because I was about to like, I didn't play it because I was about to lose my mount. Who are you? Who are the furflies? Call the furfly population devouring the pine saw woods. What? Are you like a quest giver? Oh, you're just killing rabbits. Fair enough. I mean, that's what wolf does. Dragon's Rising? Dragon Rising? Dragon definitely makes my... I'm... Look, chat, I'm too needy, okay? What is going on? Ooh, what's going on over there? Can I help them? What am I doing? Oh, that's parry. Oh, what's 5? I'm spinning? What is going on? What is this orb of lightning? Are you gonna hit me? Guess not. Pick up ley energy? What'd I do? Oh my god, there's so many things going on. Event failed? What are we doing? What? Kill ice brood of... Huh? Oh my god, there's like 10,000 things going on. Oh, is it these? Oh. So I assume those are like the... what do you call them again? The instant event going on? I assume that's what it is. But if the mount is free... And it lasts forever. Hell yeah, am I right? Hell yeah. So I guess we can go. Oh, it's gone. This one is very far. What did I do here? I made dragons rising. What dragon can make me rise? Dragons can make something inside the kobo rise. Oh no. Whoa. Oh, I leveled up. Small crafting bag. Ooh. Toughness, power. We want toughness, right? And then this. Boom. I can destroy equipment, right? Yeah, this one. Seasoned wood log. Okay, there we go. Proof of legend. Ancient armorsmith in any capital city for special rewards. Mini burn. Contain. Contrary to certain folklore, Springer kits are not hatched from a tree. Springer kits with 2 identified dice. Mystic Force to carry a red Springer kit. So. Use? Oh. Oh. Exchange for items. Available in Black Lion chests. Oi! Get bonked. Pushback Ice Brute Raiders to help out the local crafter. Brina the Tanner and Stonecrafter Helena. Are you are Ice Brute, come here. I can. Uh-oh. Hiya, what is this? That's a lot. Help, help, help. I'm a warrior, let's go. Am I protecting you? Defeat the dragon minions before they absorb. Oh, am I not supposed to let them get... Oh, okay. I don't understand. And what's F1? Oh, F1 is just a mega bonk? Okay. Oh, I forgot I cannot just do that. I don't know what I'm doing, but I'm killing something. I assume I cannot let them get close, is it? I feel like I do low damage though. Event failed. New event nearby. What do you want me to do, brother? Oh my god, you hurt. Oh, I don't think I can win against you. I'm dying. I'm running away. I'm blocking. You cannot hit me. Hell yeah. Bye-bye. I'm running. Don't hurt me. I'm just a little bold. I'm healing, I think. Am I healing? Which one is heal? Do I have heal? I'm a warrior. So I don't think I can win against that thing. Don't know what that is. Yato Linghai? That's Char. I love Char. Yeah. I also found a new, found the free item in the market. I now have gay wings. Hell yeah. Champion imbued aberration. Oh, that's like a boss fight. No wonder. Hiya. Ooh, that's one of my favorite sonata. Hell yeah. So I lost against this thing. It's level 17, I'm level 33, and I'm still dead. GG. There's something... Oh, this one here. Holy shit, what is that? I'm gonna die. Oh, you're not a dragon, ew. Corrupted ice fragment? Oh, you stun. Daisy fall with a brutal pommel bash. If you strike a foe that is using a skill, gain barrier. Oh, interruption. Okay. Other one. Oh my god. Herb sprouts? No. Main road help the Lion Guard defending Snowhawk landings northern border. Defeat any ice brute in the area. Oh, so anything that has ice brute on them, I kill them. Okay, okay. Simple enough. Come here. I'll beat the shit out of you. What? What is this? Oh. They didn't say anything about ice brute, that one. Oh. Why is it sometimes they have like a glancing word going on? Ooh. I didn't know they speak. But then again, Char speaks, so should I really be should I really be surprised when a creature like that speaks? No. What? Hit me. You won't? Oh, you really won't. I guess killing ice brute stuff here still counts. Other one. I'm spinning. I'm the best. I actually cannot believe that I'm level 32. Maze Master. Nice. Oh my god, damage. What the hell? Oh, holy damage that I do. Malnourished? Consume a food item to regain nourishment. Hey. Oh, hey. Oh my god. Oh my god, holy heck, mistress. Hi, Brad Talk. Hi, Celeste Mistress. Hi, Sorrow. Hi, Tefra. Hi, Varix. Oh my god, hi. Today's stream is all over the place. I was playing a bunch of things. How was Mecha Chameleon? And also, I think I saw you guys were playing Repo as well. Carlos incoming? Oh, heck yeah. Hi, Agaron. Omega Dragon. Yeah, hope stream was good. Hope games was fun as well. As well. I couldn't speak today for whatever reason. Nay, I did it. Welcome in, everyone. I'm Tira. I'm a kobold. I play a bunch of games. I love fighting games. I love dragons to bits. I love dragon bits. I do art sometimes. Welcome. Hope you're doing good. Am I trying to... Oh, am I supposed to defend them? Spin. We spin. Oh my god, dragon pet pet. Thank you, Agaron. I guess we are protecting them. Yeah. Also, recently I started to have... I've been in a bit of a... Oh, have you guys been not hearing anything from the game? Oh no, what have I done?
Might makes right.
For how long? I forgot to...
Walking is so tired of running from the ice food.
Oh my god.
Fighting the ice food is bad too.
Holy shit, today is extremely scuffed. Oh my god. No audio? For how long? Well, I mean... I know I'm blurred, but...
Food incoming.
my god. I can hear audio fine. Okay, good, good. Hi, Sarah. Because just now I was not capturing game capture. So there were no sound at all for at least half an hour, I feel like. Oh no. I guess I'm just defending them. Refugees in need of help? No? Okay. I'm just gonna bonk them. Also hope Sarah is doing good.
Might makes right.
Where did you guys come from, anyway?
Wagon's home was in Frostgorge Sound, but it was destroyed.
I've been in a bit of an
bad
MMO
ice predators.
brain lately.
Wagons have been fleeing ever since.
I started
All that way
playing
by land?
Maple Story, started playing Guild Wars.
Experience. This isn't
I don't know, like MMO brain has been overwhelming lately.
This stuff is weaker than a human baby.
How long do I have to stay here? I'm spinning. Oh, they're also spinning. Oh my god. They're cheating. I cannot believe it. Oh my god, they're absolutely cheating.
Moving out.
Can I eat this? Oh! Oh! So excuse me that I haven't played this game for many months and I don't know what I'm doing. Spin. Oh, all I know is that spin is good. Oh yeah, also if any of you need post-stream care, get some rest, get some food, get some drink. And very important, right? Get some rest after that stream.
Might makes right.
Oh my god.
This is
Adrenaline
not
almost full.
Oh, waves. Okay, okay. Alright, I'm gonna spin on them. Watch this. I'm winning. I'm winning because I can spin. They don't stand a chance. They're gonna give me a bunch of XP for this.
Come here.
Oh, veteran.
Best plan I ever executed.
What? Escort the Quagan refugees to
You
Bars Lake?
listen to what I have to say.
Me? Which way did they go? Oh yeah, also I've been on a bit of a piano brain lately as well, so that's why I've been listening to piano music. Because hell yeah. Probably not very like fitting for Guild Wars, but it's fine. What does glancing even mean? Oh my god, Doliak is going in. Oh, a chart.
Strength.
Can I talk to you? I guess not. It's 3 AM and going to get some good EP. Okay, have a good EP. Thank Thanks for stopping by, Ferrix. EP is very important. Oh my god. Rude.
Might makes right.
What am I reviving? Oh, they're in the snow. Hi, Rogue.
Gaining adrenaline.
Jotun Slayer. Ice worm. I'm spinning. I love spinning.
Right.
Other than the bot rate, how's the game going? The bot rate is fine now, I think. But yeah, game's going well. I actually played 3 games today because my brain was all over the place. I played Dragon Kisser, the best game ever. I played a little bit of Far Far West with Jameson, and then now I'm here. Oh, my legs hurt. I'm spinning. I'm the best.
Prepare to strike.
Why was that so loud? Ooh. I'm spinning. What? Great scale group members killed.
Almost ready.
Oh, they can go invisible. No, don't go away. You better come back.
Okay, that was the last of them. It should be safe for you two to enter the lake.
Well, nice, I guess. Completion of the Astral Ward Arsenal achievement, where it must be purchased in World vs. World. Oh, it's a two-handed weapon. Spear gun. Completion of the Kodan Spear Training Mastery. Oh, this one seems... Yeah, this one is stronger. Yeah. Mine now. I've been... Since I've been on the MMO mood lately, right? Yesterday I was playing a little bit of... I was playing a little bit of MapleStory, and it was kind of fun. MapleStory is kind of like my childhood game. I remember when I was a kid, we only had like one PC back then. So we have like 5 siblings, so 4 sisters plus me. And it's like we always have to take turn to play MapleStory back then. But then I'm so like addicted to video games that I always get so mad because I don't get to play MapleStory as much since I'm the youngest in the family. At least now I can now I can play whatever I want. I had to ask to help force the detour through Jotun territory. I'll help you. And then you're already getting hit. We're protecting Emma. Oh my god, you're Emma? That's so cute. Mobile game used to play before the server shut down. Don't remember the name of the mobile game. Oh, wait, mobile MMO? More likely than I think, I guess. Got him. I guess I'll clear the Jotun first. Spin twin because hell yeah. You wanna hit me? Got him. Where did they go? I guess if I follow the detour... Oh, that's them. Okay, okay. Uh-oh. That doesn't sound good. That doesn't look good. I'm spinning, I'm spinning. Emma is so strong, actually. Where are they going? How many escort quests are there? It's so fucked up. Why are you back here? Do I need to like mark the detour marker? Oh, I'm helping with something. There we go. I level again? Boon increase your outgoing damage by 5% for 1 hour. Reduce incoming damage for 5%. Increase your speed? Ooh. Can I just use it now? For 1 hour? Hell yeah. Okay, these guys are actually just dumb as hell. Like, what do I do? They just keep going the same way. I'm doing a fool's errand. I'm running away. I don't care about them. Oh my god. I'm on shiny. It feels like the glancing is like it reduces damage? What does glancing even mean? The cat appears. Hello, kitty. Hi, Sappho. First light remaining. It halves damage? With glancing, there will be like something bouncing off. Oh, so my attacks are not effective, hence the glancing? Revive Varen, not my problem. That bitch is like running around the same place. What I do? It's not I don't want to help, I've been helping them. Spin. Oh, I should have gone here. What is this? Omega Valley?
Long ago, after
Long
we came
ago.
south, Jormag turned on the spirits and took Owl from us. She once protected this land, nurturing all under her powerful, silent wings. Now we're all that's left to protect the land in Owl's stead. But a deathly chill is coming over Snowden Drifts, and we few cannot stop it by ourselves.
It seems like a defense caravan thing might be actually going through now. The protect Emma. They might be dead. Rever's Dale. Polar bear? I mean, the bear is just chilling around the campfire. Is that real? Are you like a suited up polar bear? Glancing is like hitting something in the round doesn't bite in. If you ever play World of Tanks or War Thunder, it's like it deflects off the armor instead of punching through it. Except imagine that on a sword in the board meeting armor, some sort of thing. So the hit is not good. Is glancing, hence the damage drop. That makes a lot of sense, yeah.
Might makes right.
Oh, you're a veteran.
Almost ready. Prepare to strike.
I bonk him real good. It's so slamming the weapon strength to someone's and doing full damage is hitting at a bad angle. Yeah. I got a lapis nugget? You still get a feel if I throw a brick at your face, but you feel less so if the brick bounces off an angle instead of a flat surface. Yeah, that explains a lot. Oh. Double click to show Ella's location. What the hell? What? How far do you expect me to travel? I'm feeling a different music now. Yeah. Oh, the polar bears are back. Uh oh. Okay, I'm gonna spin. The polar bear is still chilling. Oh my god.
Adrenaline almost full.
Is it a different scout?
Might makes right.
Inaccurate kind of comparison, good enough for surface level understanding. Yeah. Hidden stash. Excuse, huh? Mine? Oh my god, they have shiny inside. That's crazy. Nourishment. Oh yeah, I was malnourished, right? Mount trial active. Unlock this mount permanently by purchasing an expansion now. Oh, I have 56 minutes left for the mount. Oh no. That's unfortunate.
Adrenaline almost full.
Nice arrow spam, dum dum.
Achieving the life for me.
That's a lot of XP. Oh my god. That's like half. I don't know why I thought they were wearing a maid dress. Oh no. Oh no. Also, it's kind of weird. After yesterday's a little bit of insomnia going on, I feel a lot more eebier than usual. Maybe that's normal, question mark? I mean, even though last night I did sleep for like a solid 8 hours, I would say. Yeah, 8 hours. About. Oh, hiya. Either hand. Oh, it's a sword. It is a lot stronger. I kinda want this one. Ein Hande. Yeah. Below the health threshold. Oh, you have an engaging move? Oh, that's nice. Maybe sword is not bad.
When Jormag appeared, he drove many creatures to the south to find refuge. The voice of Coda led us here to Song of Final Exile. We are not the only ones. The Quaggan town of Urgulp is also made up of refugees from the north. It is easy for problems and conflicts to arise when dealing with this kind of transition, and there are many that could use a helping hand.
That bear looks cool though. I'm already getting hit. Svanir Shaman before he completes the dragon totem. Why not let them finish the dragon totem? God damn it! I want a dragon.
Gaining adrenaline.
This one?
A whole new place to conquer.
Oh my god, I'm getting bullied.
I punish weak.
I killed them, I'm the best. I don't know how I survived, but I survived. Alright, right side. Oh, flowers? And this is definitely scratching that MMO itch that I have. Wounded door? Am I trying to save door? Oh. And then tomorrow I'm gonna play, if nothing happens, then I can play fast mode with Ixen again. Oh, there's so many. Oh, I don't know if reading the damage text means that I get something done.
Gaining adrenaline.
The beast of Jorma going to finish off our spirit.
Oh, hi. Corrupted wolves?
Might makes right. Moving out.
Oh, our spirits. Oh, okay, okay.
Might makes right. Feel the pain.
That was a free. That was a free XP. I'm almost leveled again. I didn't know leveling is this easy in Guild Wars 2? Question mark? Has it always been this easy? Oh. There's something here. Hunting at night with ambush-like swiftness and precision? Shall I show you? Am I fighting you? Okay. I'm spinning. I got him. Oh my god, kill kobold too? Yeah. I've been having this MMO itch lately. I was playing MapleStory and now I'm playing Guild Wars again. But then the only unfortunate thing about Guild Wars is that when the mount expires, I just don't think I want to travel around without a mount. It hurts. Also, hi Solid. Hope Solid doing it. Dragon. Mescalonian catacomb? Just by Puff of Fire that you get to keep Raptor. I wanted to, but it cost 90 ringgit. Xbox might still be cheap for the Guild Wars 3 announcement. It's 90 ringgit. Which for now it's still kind of much. It is a big discount. It says like 30%. It's still a little bit much for me currently, so unfortunate. I'm getting a bunch of shiny. Unleash a lightning strike upon critically hitting a 4. 33? Power and ferocity? 300 to 332. Oh, you're stronger? Yeah. What's your offhand skills? Block the next attack. Bleed your foe if you block a melee attack. Throw your sword at your foe to impale them. Rip your sword from your foe for extra damage. I like the spin. Oh, raptor. The raptor. I think my raptor still have 43 minutes. Yeah. Oh. Am I still hitting them even if they are like invisible? I might be. Oh, Grihon? I can still hit them. Nice. Oh, I have coffee. They're only invisible, but they're not there. Okay, okay. Oh, they have a veteran. So when I do the F1, I cannot move. If I move, I just cancel out of it. Okay, okay. Isn't Ice Brute bad? Wait till I tell the guys I'm gonna be a son of Savannah. I don't think so. Why am I so mean? Why am I so mean? If they want to be whatever that son is, then let them be, you know? I don't know where I'm going. Their sexist cult be mean to them? Sexist evil cult? Okay, I'm gonna be as mean as possible to them. They fucking suck. I'll kill all of them. How dare. How dare. Now you're dead. You just pissed a kobold off. I'm going in. I'm gonna spin on all you. Get fucked, stupid. Big snap. What are these though? So shiny. Hell yeah, Kobo kills them in game. Oh my god, one hit. Kobo, did you play via Steam? Yeah. I'm currently on Steam right now playing it. This is why I'm playing it. Wait, are you gonna use the coffee though? Wait, no, but it's so expensive though. Not if I can help it. Dangerous research help the Derman Priory conduct experiments on the... Oh, should I be doing this? Oh, this is like my story. Oh, I should have been doing that. Get it. Pouch of brown pigment. I'm out of salvage items or no? One to 15? Oh, this is where I was. Plains of Ashford. Yeah. And then I went here. Now I'm in a new place. I mean, I need to keep going left, so... Yeah, let's do that. Up here, there's one hero point as well. Let's head up. And the lion. Remove any dangers along Lion Road. Assist Lion Guard travelers and local hunters. Check hunters trapped to remove dangerous creatures creatures trapped inside? What's going on, Soleh? Oh. It is on special currently, but it often goes on the better special. Oh, it does. Then I'll wait for a better special. Then I'll look if I can afford it then. It'll be better if we wait for the better special. I got you baited. I didn't think there's going to be a rabbit that comes out.
Please, can someone help me? Enough talk. Let's play.
Great feathered black beast in the wood? Where? Biting clicks kill it? Dark winged defender. Oh, up there? Sure. That's them. Oh my god, I'm spinning. I got him. I guess we should go to a merchant now. We don't have a salvaging kit anymore.
Look, my feet are bigger than that lion guard.
Always happy to see customers.
Oh, nice.
I feel like tracking something.
See you.
Not now. That lion guard said she'd have some work for us.
Do I need this? No. Actually, that might not be true. Hard to tell, but it does look like there's a downward trend in the discount, which is weird. You would think it would be the opposite over time. I mean, if the game has come up for a bit, I would assume that the discount would go higher and higher. But maybe it's different when they announce a new game and then the anticipation for the game grows more, so that they have, because more people are playing the game, so the game has less discounts now, question mark?
Welcome back from the wilderness. Got any furs?
Not today. Ran into a caravan on the road that bought my entire bundle.
Yeah.
How much longer we gotta wait?
Actually, chat, I'm gonna take a small break. I kind of want a bit of a toilet. I want a bit of a toilet time. Here, we can look at this. Very nice. Oh, wow. Can I remove this? Get out here. There we go. Alright, I'm gonna take a small break, and then I'll be right back real quick, alright? In the meantime, don't forget to take care of yourselves, alright? I'll be right back. Wait. I'm back. What? I'm gonna reply to some messages real quick. It's only gonna take a bit. Okay, there we go. Maybe I want to play something else. Music, I mean. What do I want to listen? Oh my god, there's so much AI shit. That's crazy. Pixar Jazz? What the heck? Pixar Jazz? That's wild. I'm looking. The best Sonic music to chill, study, and game to? Yo, Sonic music? I mean, I do love me some Sonic music. Why not, right? Heck yeah, let's go with that. I'm going to remove that one as well. Give me a second. Hiya. And then capture this thing. Boom. And then... Alright, what Sonic music do we have? Is this a good playlist? Do we start with a banger? Oh, we start with Can You Feel the Sunshine in Sonic R. Wow, I mean... Well, it's the instrumental version. Can you feel the sunshine? Actually banger. Alright, let's play.
That lion guard said she'd have some work for us soon.
Another fight. Oh yeah, this one is the weird thing that like I have to take it for so far away. Okay, trading post. We have to keep going left, I think. Let's go here first. Lost Child's Sorrow waypoint. Here we go. Oh wait. Get back, get back. I forgot one thing. Let me check this. My equipment. 43, 79, 60. Oh, steel is better.
Welcome back from the wilderness. I pray to the spirits of the wild. They rarely answer.
How much longer we gotta wait?
That bought my entire bundle.
Merchant. Oh yeah, there are. Copper, iron. Why do you only have iron? I guess they still last for a bit? Nah, we don't need to buy the new things. I mean, I'm not exactly mining wood cutting as much, I feel like. Copper? Oh, okay. So many raptors. Hey. What the hell? What is... That hurt? Oh, that hurt the raptor. Oh, we have separate health bar? I didn't know we have separate health bar. Just scared the fuck out of me. Oh my god, my leg hurts.
Jormag's corruption runs deep in these mountains. It warps everything, even the ice itself. The Lion Guard fights to keep the roads safe, but we just can't keep up anymore. Now even the Steadholders are having trouble getting through. We could really use some help dealing with these challenges.
They need to keep the music a little bit softer. Hey, I could kind of barely hear the game just now. We're going up. We're going up. Dredge the I cannot read that. That word's too hard.
Koda's blessings upon you.
Yo, look at that bear. Stinging wind? The wind has sent you to me and I accept the challenge. I will teach you what I can. Open your mind, let your action flow through you. Defend yourself? Hey, yo, what?
Did that hurt?
I gotta spin.
Moving out.
What? Oh, that's free.
We have enough venison to last 2 days. After that, we'll have to hunt again. Koda's blessings upon you.
Getting so much shiny. Even the music is singing shiny. Okay, let's continue going to the left. Something up there. This one? Lone Hole Range. X. You have a merchant? That's also a merchant? Snowballs? But I want snowballs.
Ho, traveler.
How do I even get the steel item? Huh? Corrupted ice core? Oh, okay. That's on ice core, but that's just a formation.
Ready to hit.
Veteran. Ooh. I'm spinning. Oh. Inflicts chill. Is it these things? What? Oh, ice core. I'm hitting the core, I think. Oh, I'm hitting the core. Apparently that's the core. I'll take it. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm just hitting the core. I will spin. I'm the best. I'm spinning. Yeah, I'm spinning. Hi, Pokenut. Oh, Pokenut, hello. Hope you're doing good. Welcome. Oh, you are Char. I think you like this game. Gets stabbed. They're now become our people. Oh, you mean I became the guild one of the Guild Wars 2 people? I mean I just have this like sudden itch to play MMOs. And apparently it has been happening these days, so I started playing Maple Story again, and also a little bit of Guild Wars 2, like what I'm doing now. It is definitely scratching some good itch, you know. It's just like some of the games that I just want to revisit from time to time, just cannot help it. I'm spinning. I want to spin. What do you mean? I'm spinning. Fuck you. That's right. Okay, I'm not spinning anymore. Why are you hurt? I'm F1ing. F1ing. I'm the best. Where's the last? Oh, okay. Hey, I did it. Why am I almost dead? Yeah, right. It's just something about like MMOs. I mean, it's like MMOs is what I usually play when I was a kid. Maybe because of that they hold a special place in my heart. I will always come back to MMOs from time to time. Wait, that's a thing. How long? My mom. 12 minutes left. I'm gonna miss my raptor mount. I'm gonna cry, chat. Using heal skill after auto combat regen started. And don't worry about it. It is optimal healing. I'm trying to heal faster. I should go here first. Let's get down. Alpine Minotaur? Minotaur Calf? Or... Give shiny. Oh yeah, speaking of Maple Story, I don't really like Maple Sea. It feels a little bit like too... I mean, I love it when it's like a lot easier to level, but it's like too streamlined, no? They have a quest for you, you just stay in one place, and then you farm there until it's level 200, and they would
Grawl
do...
spooked my Doliac and stole the potions I was transporting. My escort Glennis went north to recover the stolen shipment.
And then you just like after level 200 you start to do those like mainline quests. It feels like it's missing the satisfaction already, right? It's too simple. I cannot believe I'm saying this, but it's too simple to the point where I don't feel the satisfaction at all. So it's unfortunate, but it is what it is. What happened? I'm underwater. Help! How did I get underwater? It's fake ice apparently. Okay. Wet Kobo. It's supposed to be solid. Even that thing looks solid. Why is it? It's fakey dicky. I've been lied to. What? Hmm? Oh, down. I like the gay wings. One of your signets might be a stun brick, by the way. Oh, I never really read what they do. I only read like they have both active and passive, and I always love passive, so I just put all the signets in. Imagine reading skills, right? We don't. We just know. We just know. No going up. Reach Silver Van. I'm gonna get rich.
Looks like new territory.
Bop. Bop. Bop, bop, bop. Aggressively until you read skill. No! I don't wanna read. Oh yeah, speaking of MMOs, one MMO that I have in mind, well, I don't know if that's MMO, Path of Exile 2 could be an MMO. I will play Path of Exile 2 once it's free. Once it's like fully come out and it becomes free. I will play that game. Because apparently I saw it from Johnny. When Johnny plays Path of Exile 2, you can become a dragon, just straight up dragon. And yeah. That's more than enough reason.
Requires performing great deeds and having worthy eyes see them. There are many who would be glad to see the Svanir in Jormabach stead and the dredge of Molengrad dealt with. But helping the people who live in Mennerheim would earn you respect almost
Continue,
as well.
pop, pop, pop. I'm being bitten. No. Okay, fine. I'll read the signets only. Passive, regenerate health. Heal yourself, grant yourself resistance. Non-damaging conditions currently on you are ineffective. What? Improves power. Attacks are unblockable and you gain might. Unblockable? Oh. Reduce incoming damage. Heal yourself and gain stability. I have 2 heal. Faster endurance regeneration. Cure all condition and gain endurance. Gain additional endurance for each condition cured. Grants adrenaline while in combat. Gain fury, might, and swiftness. No. I've been lied to. I cannot believe it. Oh my goodness. A dragon lying to a kobold? Oh my god. I cannot believe it. I was right while there is sunbreak. Huh? Oh, cures all condition. Right. Oh, you know what? I'm stupid. I take that back. Cure all condition. Ah, no cure?
Always happy to see customers.
Oh, there we go. We have steel things now. Give it to me. Yeah. Can I sell them?
See you.
No? There is fall damage, right? It's not that one. Stun is not a condition. What? Okay, yeah, that hurt. Gain stability? Cannot be knocked down, push back, pull, launch, stun. Doriak Signet. This is the one then. How is stun on a condition? That's so weird. Alright. I'm so writing this. Did it just did I just say break stun outright? Who is antiphoric? Walao, I don't know who you are. Get out of here. No. I don't know who you are. That's scary. Unless it's someone that I know, then sure, but... I'm gonna ignore that if you're gonna keep doing that. Rude? They are rude! I don't know who they are! Don't ignore. Oh, is that you? How would I know? How would I know that's you? Holy fucking 643. Oh my god. Oh no, that's you. Nothing about that says solar. Welcome back, Mama Dragon. Send Kobo the event timer website if you ever forgotten. Event timer. Oh god, what was the event timer again? Ooh, oh no. Let me have a rebrief. Oh, that's a lot of work, no? It feels like. That looks crazy. The timers when all major world bosses happen. Oh, I don't think I'm that far yet. Question mark? Maybe? Spin! Why are you not charred? Why are you not charred, huh? What are we doing? Revive the Caravanier? I know, not char. I cannot believe it. It's that How the fuck am I doing this much damage? There's quite a few in there on rotation for the most part. Oh. You know, they say that this is a Sonic playlist. They did not put any Sonic 1, 2, 3 music in. It's so sacrilege. Sonic 2006? Sonic Unleashed? Ooh. There's no classic Sonic here. What is this? No, Sonic 2006 is just depressing. Okay, there we go. I'm back. No, I don't want to play this game anymore. God fucking damn it, my raptor! No, this game sucks. I cannot believe it. No, upgrade now. This one, right? Purple Fire Heart of Thorn. 21 USD is like $86, $87 about. They come on buy a DLC earlier. It costs so much. It's like 90 ringgit for the Purple Fire and the thing. The something, not End of Dragon, but the other one. It costs so much. I don't think I have the extra fun to spare. And apparently, it will go on a better discount in the future. I think, could be, because currently it's only like 30% off, which is not a lot. I feel like. I think our complete collection rate is only 30% of the moment of the sales of 50% for complete. Yeah, that's a lot. Oh, boo! Boo! You show your big dragon. I'm sad now. Inquest morale. Coelho sends proximity to Inquest collector. What? Group event? Defeat the Inquest to prevent them from capturing the lay energy coalescence. So, kill things? I'm so fast. I'm spinning! Oh, it's this weird damn thing again. Lay energy. And then, do I put it here? Whoa, there's dragon? This game is kinda cool. I don't know what happened. I'm spinning. I like spinning. I'm with right now to be honest, but I can't have go pop last week. Yeah, no, it's okay. I will find another chance. I feel like I want to invest once I have the funds to, but not soon. And I want to wait for it to have a good amount of discount before I feel like I want to do it. I mean, even just thinking about buying the game for me already means so fucking much, so thank you. Maximum pain. I'm going in, oh my god, speed. Get absolutely fucked. What are we doing?
Health, vigor, recovery.
What?
Adrenaline almost full.
What is this? Am I supposed to fight this thing? It looks like it's hurting me. I'm so confused. I'm spinning.
Vigor, recovery.
What? You are hurting me. What is this? Wonderful? Oh, am I... I have the thing?
What?
Oh, okay. I know what to do now. Okay. I'm spinning. Bop, bop. Bop, bop, bop. Ooh, there's a lot here. Wonderful. Oh, we did it! What is this captured? I got something. Small crafting bag. Oh, this one is stronger. %, magic, fine. I think that's good, right? Definitely not extra fast spin or anything. Is it faster? I didn't notice. Abandoned inquest supply. Is this good? I'm gonna steal it. Oh! What? I can wear that. Apply to an item with unused upgrade slot. Box of lab equipment. Oh. Shield? I don't want shield. How do I use... Can I just... No? What map is Kobo in right now? I think Kobo's in the Krovka Pass? Others further. Oh my god. Shiva Peak Mountain? I mean, snow then drifts. I think that's more, yeah. Okay, there's this one. No. Okay. Consume all. Deposit all. Do not use this. Where do I go? We found this. Oh my god, what is this music? Sonic Triple Trouble? This sounds like a Game Boy soundbite. Holy shit, that's amazing. Alright, I'm using my feet. No more mount. I don't like it. I'm so slow. Oh my god. There's something to mine here. I want it. Oh no. Oh no, I cannot. Am I stuck in a dum-dum hole? Okay, no. Thank god. I want that ore. Wait, there's like multiple things that I can... Where's the mining thing? I want it. Oh no. I'm okay. Yo, let's go. Sonic 3 music. But this is Sonic Mania version, I think. I hit so fast. What the hell is going on? Woo! I'm spinning. I found the thing. It's mine now. I'm mega mining? Even mining is faster now? I don't know what's going on. A lot of pink going on. Very, very cool. I like pink. Keep it up. We love you. Okay. Are you Sorcerer Feuerland waves? Sorcerer Feuerland? Oh, are you oh, you are Mama Dragon. How do I thing add? How does this game work? Context and let's fucking go. Wait, I have solar here. How do you add people? How do you add people in this game? It has to be context and let's fucking go, no? Looking for group? What? Something hit me. What is the 600? Why 18? Right click icon on left, add friend. Oh, we have to be in a party before we can be friends. I'm spinning.
Swiftly.
What? So are you guys like extremely high level? Have you seen the fat dragon? You can add friends just by clicking on them. Fat dragon? I want the fat dragon. Where is it? Give it to me. I want dragons of all sizes. Oh, there's something here. Yes, before it was the last play. No idea what I'm doing. Same. It's okay. I don't know what I'm doing as well. Fat dragon by you? No. Are you a fat dragon? You know you're not even a char. Look. Fat dragon. Oh! Oh! Oh my god! I need... What is this? Oh my god. Oh my god, it's actually a fat dragon. He's so fat, he's so good. He roly-poly, he's the perfect fat dragon. Oh my god. Is this like a mini or something? Is it here? Outfit? Dragon watch? Doesn't look like a dragon at all. Forged? Timekeeper? White tiger? Nothing looks like a dragon. Oh my god, I need this. Oh my god, I look so pretty. Oh, yeah. Dragon watch? It's not even oh. Item combo? The skin is a black lion statuette, and then the mini that inherits the skin might be research notes you won't know about yet? Not fair enough. Orchid mantid raptor skin. Oh, I can buy mounts here? Oh, they look so spooky, but also so cool. Oh my god. Oh, big dragon. Feature requires upgrading to Guild Wars 2 Path of Fire. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my wow. Heavily Thunder. Oh, oh my god. Yo, I'm gonna pink. Crested Dragon Siege? Oh, it's a huge turtle. Should watch it for a bit. Good idol? Oh, does it have idol? Look at that. Very chunky dragon. Oh my god. I'm looking. I am very looking. I love the chunky dragon. It's not doing anything though. Which is already perfect as it is. Are you ending stream anytime soon? No, honestly, I'm not too sure. Maybe not too soon, I guess. It will still go on for a little bit longer, I guess. I'm waiting. I'm looking. I'm very looking. Yeah, he's perfect. Also, hi Plaguebringer. He's really making us wait. I mean, maybe he's throwing a tantrum. I don't know. On a totally unrelated note though, sometimes I feel like it kind of makes me happy when I play a certain game, and then that kind of makes people want to play a certain game that I'm playing. Makes me really happy. when it feels like I influence other people to play the game that I'm playing on stream, it's like, wow, I feel amazing. Why is it taking so long to idle? I don't know. Or maybe here's what I think. I don't think the idol appears for other people, for other players. Maybe I have to like turn up the graphics or something. Oh. Because I can hear when he does it? Oh. Render using the same resolution as the screen? Renders a higher resolution than the screen can drastically affect performance. High-end graphic cards only. Oh! Overrides the default texture filtering to use the best. Oh! He did it! He's the best! Oh my god, he's the best! He did the wiggle! We have witnessed... we have witnessed oh my god, we have witnessed greatness twice. This is a very blessed stream. Can we get a tree? Can we get a tree? Rotund wiggle baby. Control recording shadow effects wind and lightning, lower and cheaper materials and fewer textures, low in GPU. What if I try high? Ooh. Oh my god, we got a tree! Holy shit! I'm gonna cry. Native. No reflections, yeah. Oh my god, we got a 4! Yeah, this looks good. Okay. We have witnessed the fat dragon wiggle. Hell yeah. Alright, what are we doing? Let's see. Oh, there's something here. Help Kwagan settle into Ergo? Ergo? Him very shaped. Uh-oh. I watched the Rotund Dragon too long. Oh, the Kuwagans are sending an envoy to the Kodang.
And lessons never forsaken.
I want to revive. Oh, I have food arrive soon. Ooh, heck yeah. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. What am I doing? There's a lot of things going on. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm just spamming one. It's okay. Bop. What's 2? What's 3? Oh, 3 is shotgun. Okay. Bleep. Bleep doop. Bleep doop. Oh my god, I love bleep doop. And then bleep doop. No, bleep doop, don't die. Let's go, bleep doop. Where are we going? I'm following bleep doop. Oh, bleep doop ran away. Ooh, that's a big charge. Oh, I'm dead. How did I die? They hurt. Kick. How do I swim to the surface? There's 10,000 things going on. Oh my god. I don't know what the fuck happened. I think Sola's back here. Thank you. I'm killing everything, I don't think. I'm gun. Have gun, will shoot. I'm the best. Actually, I'm not the best, I died. See. Oh, that's Mama Dragon. Hello.
Anger rising. Health, vigor, recovery.
Where's Bleep Doop?
Gaining adrenaline. Your vigilance unshaken.
Swiftly. Can't wait to tell my warband about this place.
I love my char, but Asura are bad. I guess. I still like char more.
Swiftly.
Have gun, will shoot.
This is it.
I can't help but love a small cutie, that's fair. I food you for a bit by bye Solar. Thank you, Solar, thank you. I cannot use most of this. Oh, this one is stronger. I want it. Oh, this one is stronger. I want it. Yeah. Cauldrons? Oh, it's the same. Power, ferocity, precision, masterwork. They just want to come back combo for a bit. I mean, you helped a lot. I was dead. I was dead. The Kodan Claw. Ice Raking is the current claw leading Kodan's Song of Final Exile. I guess I have to go like here? Exile waypoint? Oh, Song of Final Exile. Okay, okay. I guess we're going there. I have the gay wings. Money.
They're emissaries of Bear sent to help us fight the dragon.
I doubt it. Bear knows we need no help fighting the dragon. We are her claws and her teeth.
Hey, Kobo in-game type / suppressed. Oh. Why did that give me so much XP? But I was very surprised though. I was surprised? I don't know. Why did I get so much XP? Can I do that again? No? I don't know what happened. Oh, it's down there. There's 2 points of interest?
The answers lie hidden around
Loaf of Kodan bread? Ooh, for free? Give it to me. I want that bread.
Later.
Yes. Delicious. Tala Point. So finding places like that also gives XP. There's also one like down here. I accidentally helped someone here. Oh, the polar bears are Koda. I'm gonna go find that place.
Adrenaline almost full.
Oh, now I did it. I didn't do it just now. We had an adventure guide thing to do emotes and Char surprises scenarios. One of my favorite emotes in the game. For Char, it's pretty cute. Oh my god, cute. Guard lung lugung luguk luguk. Ooh, ooh, gun. Ooh, ooh, try this. I want the ooh gun. I mean, it's weaker, but ooh gun. Quaggan friendship bracelet. Oh my god, I need it. Ooh, friend. Yeah, mine. These are stronger. 21, 15. Yeah, maybe that's why I died. Ooh, ooh. It's so good. I need the ooh gun. There, thank you.
Later.
It's weaker, but it's ooh gun. Like, come on. Equipping slot too. I used to have potions turn into a bunch of different things, and they're all gone. Different characters all might be turned into toy unlocks automatically. Oh. Oh wait. I can equip this. I can change and equip this, right? Currently equip spear? How do I equip spear? Was I not allowed to? Oh, I can use spear, just not on land. Okay, okay. Kodan spear training mastery. Well, I have a ooh gun. I think I want my ooh gun. There we go.
Champion of the Kodam, perhaps you can offer me the challenge I
Defeat the Largos before it kills Ice Racking. Oh my god, we have to go back. They turn into what things? There's a change? You haven't been playing in a while. Racking! Oh my god, Racking! There's someone big here, so I'm going in. I'm going in, I'm killing. Pop, 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 pop. I'm spinning. I didn't
I am impressed, Koda. You have earned your reprieve.
One of Koda is no man's prey, assessed. The strength of our will in this success.
What? I haven't got there yet. God damn it. Should press skills in combat for adventure guide? I have been using skill. I'm spinning. Where even is the adventure guide thing? Escort the— oh my god, it's Bleep Doop again. Bleep Doop, what are you doing? Hi. Slashing? Slashing. Right, let's go find Bleep Doop again. Bleep Doop. Utility skills? Utility skills are 67890. A bloodstone crazed beast has appeared. That's bad, right? Oh, I don't know what that is. I'm just gonna escort Bleep Doop, I guess. Unless Mama Dragon wanna go there. Don't hurt bleep doop. Wake up, bleep doop. You need to press them in combat for adventure guide. 789? Okay. Following you. I mean, I'm following bleep doop. But bleep doop finds death everywhere. Go, bleep doop, go. Press the when you're in combat to have bleep doop. Yeah. Oh, I should just spam 789? Okay. 789. Maybe even 6 and 0. I don't know if that counted. Might need to use unique ones or something? Maybe? Oh my god, bleep doop! Oh my god, bleep doop, you dumb dumb, I love you though. Get back again, it should tell you. Where's the... But I don't know where's the guide. Bleep doop.
Wagon can't do this alone.
Wagon. I'm getting a bunch of loot here. Maybe escorting Kuwagan is not that bad. I mean, Kuwagan is like a target practice at this point. Yeah, you can look it from the top right or from achievement menu. Top right. Oh, adventure guide, I see it. Oh my god, how stupid I was. Holy shit. How did I not see that? How did I not see that? It's there all along.
This is it.
Ooh, this is it. Oh, that's stronger. I want it. I feel I'm not bringing Mama Dragon to do anything. I kind of feel bad. That's also how I knew you had to do an emote from here. Use 3-5 utility skill. Unlock from train menu hero panel trishing. Equipped to the 3 utility slots on right side of the skill bar. I'm being lied to. It didn't count as I probably want to use unique ones. Gun? Bam. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to. No, wait. Whoa. But I had gun. Toughness, power, precision, condition. I like toughness and vitality so that I don't die. But I'm still gonna die anyway because it's MMO. Battle roar?
Victory!
To victory? Shrapnel mine. For great justice? Shout.
For great justice! For great justice!
I said for great justice. What do you mean? Why am I hitting them? But it's for great justice. I'm shouting. Why are you hitting them? What do you mean? They didn't come which one means you need to use SWAT in combat. Oh, okay. Oh, do we have another Doriak? Shake it off. Hear me? Wait, why did it change? But I put it to shake it off. Great justice. And on my mug. Okay. And then we hit this jellyfish. I'm gonna shout as much as possible.
Shake it off! For great justice!
No? Unless you want fear me? Since some skills don't work underwater, which you can see there, or works slightly differently.
Shake it off! For great justice!
Oh my god, they fear me. Maybe it doesn't work underwater?
Almost ready!
I cannot change. I cannot. Oh, I can change now. I didn't mean to. Fear me? Wait, no, maybe you have to be shrapnel mine? Sorry. I did it! What? Well.
Shake it off!
Shake it off!
Gaining adrenaline!
Alright, back to my signets. Wait, are you a bird? Oh, did you become a bird? It worked, don't know why it didn't before. I don't know. Viewing Vista, complete renown, huh? Using the bank? Deposit one item into your account bank. Bank type of your account vault allows you to store items outside the inventory and transfer them between characters. I do have this. Do you think it's a waste to use this? No? Nice to be able to be a bird on a broom. Oh. I guess I can put some of these into... I'm using it.
I did it.
I did it. Rally from defeat at your current location. You remain in combat until sickness wear off. Rather looked it up. Only skills with an activation time count towards using utility skills. I'm still confused. I guess that's good enough. Right, thank you. Okay, there we go. Oh yeah, we need to go left for the mission. Dangerous research. I guess we go back to left side. Valve's lucky waypoint. I can use a waypoint here and keep going. Snowdrift Haven. Oh, I got my own tail. Wait. Some skills have cast time, some don't. Only the former count for the achievement, which is technically a bug. Coincidence a lot of what we tried had no cast time. Oh, it need cast time. I'm going to Snowdrift Haven waypoint. I don't want to swim, it's so dangerous. Oh, Nexus, oh my god. Oh my god, it's dragon. The nefarious wiggler? The best wiggler.
What brought you to Snowdrift? You don't look suited.
I'll go... Oh! Oh, wow, a dragon is super fast. I should have got this one. Oh no. I wanna go down and get the waypoint. Oh. Why you squirrel? Why you squirrel? There's something I can take here. Plushy Griffon? Really? Oh my god, wait, you're right. Oh my god, you can be a plushie? That's hot. What? Bay leaf. Wow, that sounds just like a Pokemon. Bay leaf? Oh, there's one over there. Oh. I must. Impress the Meneheim stadtholders. Both to Meneheim's impress spectators at the northeast sharpshooting range, slay hostile beasts, and help inexperienced hunters. Who am I helping? Oh, that one? Oh, that's pretty far. Almost like that's why Pokemon got the name. I know, right? Gosh, I wonder what's going on. Wow. Meneheim? I'm turning. Oh, hold 2 to shoot for the 1, 2, 3. Oh, I'm best. Watch this first try. So easy.
Oh, this one's kind of cute.
Oh, I actually hit it. I'm not gonna. Yeah. That's tough as fuck. Oh, you guys are on your own. Whoa! Whoa! That's a dragon, right? Holy shit! It's all to get a bit time intensive. Yeah, definitely. They are saying that I can slay hostile beasts by not seeing any. Maybe here? Hopefully these counts. Nope, they don't count. Let me get close to them. Maybe there's like... Can I Skyrim this? No, I can't. I'm going in. Whee! I'm spinning. Ah, okay, yeah. Once you get the hang of aiming and it goes faster, yeah, but I don't wanna. People wanna kill things. Reach! Oh my god, reach! I'm going in. Give me that reach. I'm spinning. Reach. Hell yeah. More. Give me more. I got the thing. Legs! Hi, legs. Always does it become Beyblade? I see. Wow. Hope Lex is doing good. Welcome. Oh my god, Spooder friend. Oh, there's so much to mine here. Big stuff. I like mining for shame. We need to get Kobo to 80 sometime so I can start getting a masteries like freaking auto loot. Auto loot? I mean, I'm looting, no? I like auto loot. Molingrad. Yeah, why are there so many dragons up here? Step. Holy. So you don't press F to loot bodies? Oh, but they already have like loot areas, so I think that's already really good, no? Fish couple. I don't know if you got the couple.
Adrenaline building.
Oh, I guess I'm trying to impress the people there. Auto-loot makes it so you don't even have to do that. It will also auto-loot some event chests, not all but most. Oh, that does sound good, yeah. Wait. Stay.
On the mend.
Oh gosh, these are not Sonic music. Classic Sonic OST. Music playlist, why not? Upbeat and happy Sonic music compilation? Sure. Oh, hell yeah. Now we're onto the good stuff. I don't know what that playlist was. Ugh. There's some weird code reason, probably. Hell yeah, I leveled. I'm 38 now. Volume 2? Ooh.
I advance yet again.
Oh my god, what? I level again? Where's the paper that I... What? Speed booster, karma booster, rejuvenation booster. We just need speed. Whoa. Strength? Strong reinforced scale gauntlets of strength. Melandru? Lisa? I should get Melandru. It's toughness, vitality, toughness, and incoming condition direction minus. I'm getting this one. Precision makes more crit chance, but I'm a warrior, I should not die, right? Like, I should be up front and taking the damage. And I like that. Which definitely doesn't mean anything, you know? Okay, we need to go up here. Dun, 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 dun. Come get. I'm spinning. For leveling game, I was always focus power, precision, ferocity, and then order. I can voodoo your affliction off onto your enemies. More damage always good. I mean, fair. Also voodoo my debuff to someone else. Oh, is it like you're a necromancer?
What can I do for you?
Over that way.
There's one love here. Yep, heckin' yep. Fight Molengrad, Dredge, and destroy their machine. Oh, Dredge, they're down there. That's a lot of Dredge. I'm killing them.
Might makes right.
Bop, 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 bop.
Adrenaline almost full.
I press wrong button. What? Did they? Wait, there's a beak? There's a beak? Beak where? I like big. We were right next to a big event. Okay. I'm coming. I thought if... Oh my god, there's a dragon going on. Oh, that's a lot of people. What's going on here? Holy shit. Just missed it? Oh no. Well, fuck. That's unfortunate. Fractal incursions? There's a lot of people. I bet they give a lot of good stuff there. They were finding a big mech thing. Oh. Regulatory collection associated. Oh wow. I'm spinning. I'm spinning. Oh, that's an event. I don't know what happened. Oh my god, there's so many people. How do I even get to kill Dredge now? Can we do something to this machine? Destroy the machine? Not this one, I guess.
Might makes right.
What? Blocky script. Missive from a female trash to commissar? But protesting playing Legion treatment from the females and warning against any attempt adult. Huh. Damn. Oh, that's what it is? Oh my god, how do I find more? Okay. I don't like it when there's like other people around when I'm trying to do quest. Like, gosh, like I'm trying to kill the dredge and do quest. Maybe that's why I don't like MMOs as well. I mean, I love MMOs, but when this happens, it's like, oh fuck, man. Hi, Dark Ashfire. Lots of people around a ranged weapon can help a lot. Love being able to stack 99 stack of bleeding onto bosses. Oh, or you go boon heal and get kill credit that way. Oh shit. I'll stay inside. Where'd you come from? Oh my god. There's so many people. It's making me want to quit the game. I'm getting anxiety by looking at this many people going around. Like for real right now. Maybe I'm the weird one. I'm killing them anyway. They're yellow, I'm still killing them. Fuck it. Yeah, hope you're doing good, Ashfire. Welcome in. Okay, let's leave this place. Let's go. Okay, looking at the Costco parking lot on the weekend. It's scary. I guess I'm glad that I live in a rural area. There's not a lot of people going on over there. Yeah, you know what? I'm weird. I'm the weird one. Alright? It's a massively multiplayer online game and I'm complaining about other people. How is that not me? Oh, they don't have ooh, gun? Low level areas so stuff dies in like 2 hits. In a higher level area it won't be quite so bad to have people around. Someone who's always wished for private instances in MMO. I love that too. Spoken like a true introvert. I cannot help it. It's like when I'm so locked in trying to do quests and then people comes in and be like, aha, kill. I mean, sure, I get the kill credit as well, but it still surprised me Kobo won't get into Warframe. I want to get into Warframe. It feels like Warframe is so high execution that sometimes when I want to turn off brain and just play MMOs. It feels like, yeah, high execution with all the flippy dips. So many flips, so many dips. Isn't actually that high execution? Well, it's very good at looking and feeling slick but not as much effort as you would think. I guess maybe, since I never since I never played the game, so I can't tell. Oh my god, look at the tail! That tail can definitely coil Kobo. Gosh, what's with me today? And somehow over the last few years turned into a game with good new player experience apparently. I mean, there are a few times where I download I downloaded Warframe a few times. When I saw this, when I saw so many things going on the game, it just kind of scares me away. But in the back of my mind, I still kind of want to try it every time I see Warframe. I still do. Either hen, two. Oh, I have a really strong axe. Have you started it? No, I haven't started it yet. I need to check if we can replay tutorial. Is it possible to make a new character then? If somehow I have a character? The new tutorial is good, at least better. Oh, I try. Are you defending the shiny here? Jorma Brackelstead. Warframe is a game that you have to get your own place and make your own goals, and you get lost with so many things. Sounds like MMO, yeah. You should though. It's 4-player co-op and max, and you can have friend and only lobbies on top. I'm sold actually. Oh my god. Okay, it's like Monster Hunter. That I'm a big fan.
Adrenaline building.
It's pretty great about shared XP and drops. Oh, it's shared drops? Fight the denizens of Jombako? Slay sons of Oh, slay the sexist cult? Okay. Enough said. I'll kill all of them. Essentful goodie? It's gonna be drops day 10 and 11 of July for Warframe. One of the drops day 11 is a new gun. I mean, if I'm a new player, would I even get anything out of that? You should experience the range so you don't have to tech stuff. Ooh, okay. It's great and all. Now I'm afraid of one thing. Again, right? Me being the weirdest person ever. Right? Me being the weirdest person ever. Look, if I don't... it's also why... Okay, let's take it back for a bit, right? So, I play Helldivers 2, right? And then I don't play with someone else because I feel like if I'm not doing anything and everyone is doing everything, I feel bad, right? I feel terrible. So that also makes me realize that if people joining in the lobby of Warframe and then they are just like speedrunning everything, I feel terrible. So again, maybe I'm weird. I get it, right? I'm all about that personal experience thing, right? I want to experience the game. Some people likes to let's say people like to have strong players to bring them around the game. But me personally, I like to experience the game. So if someone who is way too strong joins the lobby and just like fucking banish everything, I'll be mad. I'll be mad. I'll be mad. Drops on Twitch is for all people and generally they are good. Ooh, there's one tough thing with Warframe. I mean, if Kobo wants to give Helldiver another shot, I'm happy to support. I mean, I love Helldivers. The only thing that the only reason I'm not playing Helldivers is because my PC is actively dying when I play Helldivers. So it's kind of a sad case. Unless they somehow optimize the game to like me able to play the game, then I will get I will play back the game, honestly. It's easier than you think to be the one going fast. It is very about speed running. See, when I'm new, I don't know anything about the game. I don't think I can speedrun. If I'm new, I would want my own pace on trying to go for I assume a mission. Right? I want to go on my own pace. So it's like if I'm new, I go into the game and then people just speed runs it for me. It's like, what's this? Why am I fighting? Why am I here? You know, I will have the existential crisis going on. Why am I here? You know. My friend played Warframe solo mode for a good while, only going with me and the friends to help in some stuff. I recommend the same as the start as you get the bearings. You can turn solo mode on. Fair. The Helldivers thing, right? I remember you playing Helldivers so you could see the pixels? Yeah. It's so good, actually. They did do an optimization update, but I think it was mostly making the game file smaller. They did make it like 20 something gigabytes, right? Last I checked. That was impressive though. It went from 100 plus to 20 something. Also, most of the quests are solo and or paced. It's only repeatable missions that are fast. Ah. Game file smaller don't mean the game runs better. Yeah. They can be fast. Okay. It's worth being a little lost for a while so you can understand why you're doing what you're doing. Yeah, exactly. It's like it's like the first time when I play. Yeah, oh my god, it pissed me off so much actually. When I first played Helldivers 2 on stream, and then I didn't know. I just literally went through the tutorial. Oh my god, I'm so gonna rant. I literally went through the tutorial only, and then people in my chat would be like, hey, want me to join? I can help. And then I didn't know that they're just gonna speedrun everything. So they join the room, and then when I go into a mission, I don't know what's going on, but then they done everything. And then they're like, oh yeah, you can extract now. It's like, what the fuck am I doing? And then I immediately got mad. I immediately got mad. I was so pissed. It's like, yeah, sure, okay. I'm not even experiencing anything. I didn't even struggle. I didn't even shoot my gun. And they have the gall to say that, oh yeah, we're done, we can extract now. What do you mean, you fuck? Bitch, I'm so angry. I hate that shit. You need the right people to help, otherwise people just fucking eat everything on low difficult. Yeah. Exactly. And that's why I have trust issues, no? Unless it's someone that I really know, right? Like just now, even now, like Mama Dragon is here helping me. But maybe I'm boring Mama Dragon a little bit because I'm not doing much. But just now Solar was here as well. I saw the number was like 640 something. I'm 39. And then Solar was not rushing everything. Solar was just like following me. Might be boring in the long run, but they are willing to help. Uh-oh. It's like a monster until your friend says, oh, I'm gonna help, but he brings a high fucking tier weapon. Boop. Oh my god, yes! I have 8,000... Oh, that's a joke, but I have like a lot of hours of Monster Hunter. I'm not gonna say I'm a veteran, but I'm pretty good at the game. And then when I want to help people, I don't just bring endgame weapon to kill. I bring the tier that's like close to what they're fighting. so that we can struggle with the monster together, so that we have game experience, right? It's so important. Like we spend 200 money so that we can experience what the game is. It's so important. You're more than fine. I will pet you so hard right now. The trick that was turn out on my heal build. I mean, constant healing is also nice, but I also feel like at some point in Wilds, when I was like bringing someone who's like relatively new to the game, I brought my hunting horn, which has extreme amount of heal. And then, I mean, it's helping a lot, but it's also like they're not struggling at all. So maybe they like it, but to me personally, that's a little bit too easy. But I don't know. Again, that's how I feel towards games. I love to struggle. Number you can see on me and Mama is mastery rank, not character level. What's character level? I mean, I'm character level. What's mastery rank actually? Match gear, so you don't just one-shot it. Max character level is 80. Oh, struggling to get the build's character? Yeah. We look at like I'm being hit. Fucking bully, get out of here. I'm renting. I'm busy. It's like between no characters? How many mastery points you've unlocked? Between no characters? Oh, we're almost at the green stuff. Oh, but action levels are down. So this is what it means, right? I'm level 25 now. Over level, character level down. Oh yeah, that's nice. Your friend is a burp beating a love. It down levels your effective character level, which only somewhat makes you weaker if you're an endgame player, to be fair. I mean, they lower your stats, but they don't lower your equipments. So if you have like banger ass equipments, you will still like breeze through the game. But it's an effort, right? And I really appreciate that effort of like just trying to make the game fair for everyone. Oh, it's a ratio. That's interesting. Okay. It's so perfect by helps alone. Yeah, definitely. I leveled again. Personal chapter level 4. Let's go. An invitation to Cadesis. Mighty hero? The neighbor is buzzing with excitement about you. I've heard that there will be a party celebrating the Char-Human peace negotiations in Queensdale. The reception will be at the manor of Lord Caldesus, overlooking the Shire of Bitotan, and will be attended by diplomats from all the major races. Captain Logan Thackeray is concerned for the safety of Queen Jenna! It is somewhat important, and I got Mini Jenna, who will be attending and will need support. A hero of your marriage should attend the soiree and offer what help you can. Thanks, your herald. Zocha? I think I don't know any of these because I haven't done the chapter 3 yet. Pet. Dark Ashford. Oh, it's you! It's the Dark Ashford. Well, I know who you are, but how are you small? How do you friend people in this game? So me being ascended tier stats means I keep a heap more stats than the character generally at that level, especially at low levels when they're in blue-green gear. But like, it means that I'm 5, maybe 10 times stronger at the most, instead of like 100 times. Yeah. Invented to party, ranking the character portrait at the top of the party. Oh. Cake from. Oh, you're in. So we can We can taco later? Hell yeah, Ed friend. I want taco. I never had taco before. Also, I'm extra. I just realized I'm so hungry. What is that? Why is you spraying water at me? Oh, I'm being licked. One piece of power immediately tempted. I like power. Boot break? Probably. I will be playing Guild Wars still. A lot less. A lot less off stream because no mount. No mount. Hungry roast pea? Oh my god, I can eat it. I ate something. I'm not hungry anymore, which is a lie. Oh my god, a kobold lying? Holy shit. Oh, this one suck. Strong iron mass. 34, 279 to 315. What's mass offhand? Tremor crushing blow. This mission requires for mass damaging a target and sending out a shockwave that damages and knockdown force. Recharge crushing blow if you strike an enemy. What? Crush your opponent's armor, leaving it vulnerable and getting might. Vulnerability and might stacks double if you hit a disabled foe. What do you mean disabled? Am I gonna bully disabled people? That's fucked up. If you get to 80 before this is over, about your full dragon saga so you can have a mount again. Ah. But how do I get to how do I get to 80? How much can I eat? How much can I eat? Evilist weapon? You just meet someone CC'd? Oh. What? Bully crippled? No! That's bad! Wait, mace is weak. Oh! Destroy. Oh, I can salvage this and also this. And then put it in. Boom. Yeah. It's just that there's like 7 different kinds of CC to lump them together. Okay, fair enough. Feast of Orient stick fritties? Mine. Am I actually getting buffed by it? Hello? Holy shit! What? From I mean, fair enough. Work on the Monster Hunter, I guess. Osencrest Climb. There's so many names that is so difficult to pronounce. I still love my gay wings. Food buffs are awesome. They're so fucking amazing. Large groups usually gather before massive bosses to lay out food for everyone. Oh my god, it's Sonic Unleashed? Fuck, this playlist is goated. Goated. Oh, this one is so good. Fight centaurs in Sons of Svanir. Destroys destroys the sexist cult. Protect inviting incoming caravans and heal wounded soldiers. Here? I mean, there is Son of Savannah over there. I'm going in. Whee! I kill. Oh, there's a lot of Son of Savania there. Well, not a lot, but an okay amount. I'm spinning. As a leveling power character, keep an eye out for world bosses or for Plateau South Fight Cilantro Stick. That's the normal standard power food? Huh. I never been to bosses I'm spinning. Whoa, who that? What that? I'm killing. Oh wait, there's nothing here. Wait. I went over. You can do some more bosses if you can tell you too. Healing Vista, defeat both boss dodging attacks. My leg hurt. Okay, I'm good. But how would I know that there's a world boss going on? Oh, we're almost done. I think after doing this one, I might just call it a day. No, don't steal my kill, I'm spinning. I'm spinning.
Almost ready.
Oh, is the explosion? Oh, there was a one shot. Type wiki it. Wiki it. Whoa, it just popped up something on my second screen. Guild Wars 2 official wiki? What the fuck? Oh my god. That's too many words, help. I'm using healing kit. My explosions heals but do not damage. Whoa. Might change character to less high level. I mean, I'm just afraid that you guys are feeling boring just following me where I'm not, when I don't know what I'm doing, you know? We did it! That was easy! This is Sonic Mania version? Yes! Oh my god. What? I'm being sprayed? Graden slope on this Vista. Let's go down and unlock those things. Oh, where's Mama? Gonna keep the kobold hydrated? Yeah, very important. I need to drink water. I legit used to just sit in this game and RP. Oh, RP? I don't think I RP. Only with some trusted people I do. Having so much fun coming back to it? Heck yeah. I should come shoot the kobold some more quickly. Check, you can replay the intro quest for Warframe. Okay. Maybe I can look at Warframe on Sunday? Might be possible. Because tomorrow I'm going to be playing Phasmophobia with X and Dragon. Ping me on Discord, we are playing Warframe or Guild Wars 2. Okay. DM? Okay.
I'm good.
Energy probe dismantled? Self-destructed? I got an achievement just interacting with that. Raptor. I tend to ignore pings unless I'm specifically looking for them. That's fair. That's actually very fair. Is that from the game? I was listening to Sonic Banger. Too many servers are generating on pings. That's fair. Me too. Oh, there's a drive the dredge from Podaga stealing. We have an event going on. We should go there. I love my gaming. Third dimension? Yeah. If you wanna join next, it's also fine. Yo, Sonic R music? Let's fucking go. We love Sonic R. Dredge occupationist morale. Am I doing good or am I doing bad? Killer Queen? One of you has to invite me because you've already got the party going. Oh, are you playing? Oh, did you have your food? I mean, I probably won't be playing long. I need to get food, but I need to get food myself. We can go get this guy then. Pilar Queen got that guy. Yeah, but I want to come shoot you first. Oh, how do I? I did it. I'm the best actually, holy shit. Why am I suddenly doing a shit ton of damage? I'm speeding. What? You fucking rude. Yeah. Lifetime survivor? Oh, buffs. Okay, okay. Make you faster and more damage. I mean, I'm doing like... Holy shit, my ping A, my auto attack does like fucking so much. Shiny Bobo? I don't know what's going on. There's a lot of noises going on. What? Only 18 more days till Derry arrives. I'm impatient, excited. No. Oh, heck yeah! Why do you not have a dragon? I'm so upset. Why does Solo don't have a dragon? Huh? Why do you not have? Ah, thank you. Oh, it's a robot! It's a robot! Whoa, fire.
I'm never gonna go into the forest.
Wait, the mount can attack? Does that actually do damage? That's a moth. That's a moth. But I don't feel anything though if you even if you shoot me. Speed of sound, the places to go, got a part of my rainbow. I wish I can travel to meet either my mistress, you know, but gosh, it's hard. Too far. I'm in Malaysia. I cut dragon. I shoot you to make you better? Really? Oh, shooting is buff? Holy fucking shit. Turtle up? Or turtle? Whoa. 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 Can I shoot? Whoa. Whoa. What the fuck is this mount? What the fuck is this mount? What? Oh my god, that's a trippy ass turtle. Oh my god. Targeted longhorn sheep, press T to assist. T. Where to? I'm ending. How do you type in target channel? Mati. I'm gonna eat din soon. I'm hungry, bone. Steam to clean bunch of hard fight coming up, but it's so exciting. Miss my sweet dark so much. Nixon is amazing. Just for funnies. Take me to McDonald's. Take me to McDonald's. I require sustenance. Oh, you're on the stream. Oh my god, amazing. I think.
He looks strong.
Hey, who the fuck? McDonald we go? Hell yeah.
Have you kids ever heard the tale of the raven witch? She waits until
Can the turtle fly? Overdrive boosts the turtle's acceleration, max speed, and turning ability. Boo. Huh? Huh? What? Ooh, we should go do that event. One event and then I'm gonna go get food. Go! Yeah! Hiya! Ooh. What do you mean mount actually do damage? Excuse me, huh? I'm sorry, but how? I'm shooting them, It's the kobold and nugget? Chicken nugget? Oh!
It is collapsing. Run, my comrade.
We got... Oh wait, I got the Malzino milk. That's a really good substitute. It's called siege turtle for a reason. Oh, it's called a siege turtle. That makes a lot of sense. Can I have that milk? Mega speed. Group event? A fractal incursion is starting elsewhere soon? Oh, is this what you talked about? What is that? Oh, do I have to wait 7 minutes or 8 minutes for it to like appear? I think. Well, I mean, it's kind of a long wait. I'm so curious though. I kind of want to know what it is. Do you think us four can do it? Oh, I'm... Never did that one before? Fair enough. Turns out in 8 minutes. I kind of want to do it. I can yap for 7 minutes. I'm a kobold. I can surely yap for 7 minutes. It's relatively new. Has a collection for it. Oh. Hold on. I wanna try. I'm gonna die possibly, probably, most likely, definitely. Regenerating growth if you do the full collection, which could doing fractals too. Oh, I mean, I never really seen anything like this before, so can't do fractals sadly. Oh. If you're doing this, I'm playing a tune I know a little more. Let me try. In fact, only quick play frac. Oh, is this like a dungeon? How long does a fractal incursion take usually? About more or less. Just for funnies? This thing is in the dungeon? And then raids. The fractal dungeon fractals and then raids. Fractal themselves are raid some sort? Functions like a world boss. Is it one though? Oh. That's weird. Should go through portal? Oh, now? Oh. Okay, we can. Yeah, let's get in. I know I'm not talking in game. I just appreciate you guys listening to me in stream instead. That means a lot. I'm ready. Okay. Sex Hills. I feel bad though. I'm so weak. Why am I in this portal? I suddenly realize I'm gonna go in and die in one hit. Oh no. I'm gonna go in and die one hit. No. I should have thought about that. I'm dumb. Late GG, I guess. It's the same level area. They all spawn in the T2 area. Oh, sorry, this red circle? Oh. It's worth looking in. You'll be fine, hopefully. What's in it at least? Virtual incursion bosses are all in T2 areas, so you can portal them.
Look, life after death.
686, 300, 162, 98, 678, 279. There you go. I knew it didn't spawn and it will have a portal run through in one zone. It's actually spawning it. It rotates around. I know Chief Hunter, but legendary gloves are legendary gloves. Yeah. Germination? Use powder cake to destroy the toxic offshoot. Powder cakes are located near the Whispers Demolitionist.
What have they done to the air here?
Oh, it's an event that's going on.
Grab a powder keg and get blasting. Grab a powder keg and get blasting. Grab a powder keg and get blasting.
Grab a powder keg and get blasting. Can we do the powder keg? I don't think we have enough time, though. I'm not gonna do it then. Siege mounts were given for this, by the way. Oh. Fish donut? I want melty no milk. Huh? Brr. The toxic spread? Oh. I guess I'm waiting. Oh, 1 and... Nice motorbike, oh my god. Hi, Ice Bear Popsicle. Dragon. True introvert? Dang. That's me for real, for real. Oh. Oh my god, encoding overloaded. This game is eating the resources. Hope you're doing good, Ice Bear Popsicle. Oh, can I eat that? I recommend lowering the character loading screen. Even too much people even likes it for me. I hope that works. Thank you for food. And then the snack. Which one? Cilantro? I think I ate it. Are we killing that? Okay. That's not what I'm aiming at. I did something. I'm spinning. Oh my god, this thing is tanky as hell. I mean, it is a boss. I'm jumping. Oh, I hit air. I'm spinning. spinning the sequel? I don't even know what damage am I doing. Champion random of the rabbit? What the fuck is going on? Oh, did it just heal? Oh no, I spin air. Oh no, I stab air again. What? I'm spinning? I'm killing it?
Prepare to strike. Reactivating.
Oh. I keep hitting air with my skill. Not this time. I was waiting for your stupid dum-dum teleport. F1? Oh, we did it! I didn't die.
Nothing like the spoils of war.
Oh my god. Make sure to click the chest on the ground. The one that I got, right? Event reward? Oh my god! Oh, the orange icon above your normal bar? Oh yeah. Holy shit. Heck yeah. Thank you. I got this strong as heck. Boot. Mine no. I have a gun? That's boons? 4+1 agony infusions? Agony? Strong iron great sort of. Oh my god, these are so strong. Oh, I can wear that, unfortunate. Can I use a... I can use a gun. Brutal shot. I don't use guns. To be right back real quick. Optimal play normally uses swapping between two synergistic weapon sets, but for living you could have one melee set and one ranged. Oh. Some are more important than others. You can have 2 different sets, by the way. You want to go into hero panel to sort it out? Yeah, here, right? Avengers longsword. What? That's a cool looking longsword. I pressed tilde. Charge and strike a foe. Throw a great sword to fall so it returns to you, immediately falls along the way. Whirl in the target direction, slashing foes along your path. Repeatedly strike multiple foes. Last strike does extra damage. Huh. And then the weapon swap button is the one on your left bar. The one? The tilde. Tilda. Skin unlocked. Ooh. Can I change skin? I don't know how. Under wardrobe, which is second tab. Oh, fashion. Ooh. Whoa. This one is pretty cool. These changes will cost 1 translating charge. What? It costs money? Unfortunate. I'm guessing even changing color requires the transmitted thing. I'm also level 41. Ravaging Traveler. Citadel, Divinity. All stats. Power. All stats, boon duration. I like this one. Power and power. Still can't believe my Amazon is trying to make me buy more brick shop items. I probably missed some chat. I think you were talking just now. Yeah, they. Doing alright, just waking up from sleep, but also slowly wanted to go back to bed. Oh. Oh my god, I know that feeling so much. Going back to bed sounds so good. You can get transmute charges by the lots for free, no worries. Oh, okay. If you have 1, you get the first thing, 2, the first and second, etc. It's a Lego company that makes different types of Lego that are themed from Family Guy, Hello Kitty, even Hot Wheels. Huh. Been playing a bunch more Power lately, getting excited for the 1.0 release. I wish they optimized the game more, because whenever I play Power, my PC just dies. I'm listening. Oh, what? I hate you. I want dragons too. Oh, how are you a bear? Is that like a playable class? Third chair? God damn it. I had to raid at my base and slow the game down with all the fighting. Yeah, I mean, when there's a lot of power going on in one place, it's just like... It makes my game, it's made my PC, it destroys my PC. Can I dance? Let's go char dance. Why are you bear too? What is this? What was that? And curse the sun. What is that? I know if bear by a monkey. What? Huh? And you can be a dragon? What's that? Oh no, I'm gonna cry. Are these like transformation potions or anything? Essentially? Bears? Bailey. We love Bailey. Can you dance as a dragon? Oh, is it not like a thing? Oh my god, it's bleep doop. It's bleep doop. Oh, it doesn't do anything. Oh, it's bleep doop. What is that? Lugui. Bleep doop. Why are you warm? I'm pretty sure I don't have any, right? I'm pretty sure. Where do I even access that thing? Oh, what is this? Additional in strength? Hit hard? Just hit harder? I could just summon bought others on the market, but I don't fucking know. No, I don't fucking know. That's fair. Any train? Use a burst skill? Place your adrenaline. Gain have an interest when you apply might to yourself. Are these like passives? I did it. Now I can do it, right? Gain increased strike damage with a burst skill. Apply might to yourself. Quickness when you save an enemy. We have because your movement speed is increased. Although movement speed increases. Leveling skills essentially? Traits are always active, like actives and more basics. Always, but some are conditional. Oh. Burst skills to F1. Oh, then that's free. Yeah, that's free. Burst skill is good. Yay. Am I strong now? Being free will swap weapons. Expertise based on your precision. Why are you a tree? Why are you a tree?
Oh my! You found me! I was walking, and I fell down through the hole up
What
there.
the hell?
I've been hiding here for a long time. There are creatures down here. Will you help me get back to my mother? She's in Overlake Haven.
Oh. Oh, wait. I'm supposed to be here. What? Dangerous research is here. The girl suddenly. Oh my god, Becky, you can't just ask someone why they're a tree. Let me smash. Becky, let me smash. Why are they... Who's this? Let me smash Becky. Is a mission? This exit the map so you get there. Oh, I guess I still have to go back to the snow area. Oh, I can use these way point. Yeah, these are not expensive at all. I was close. I could go back here. I'm gonna go back here and I'm gonna call it a day, right? I'll go back to Seraph. I'll try this waypoint. Boom. Waypoints cost more the further you go. I was really far. I'm surprised. The higher level you are? Oh, okay, that's fair. Oh, that's why Mama Dragon didn't use the thing, even if it was like a short area. Must have cost a lot more. How much did it cost for you? Or for all of you? I assume like maybe gold or some shit. $1.5. That's crazy. I assume for a metric ton of teleport to party tokens? Oh. At some point, huh? Also the high level... I should kidnap you to Homestead. At some point. Oh, at some point, yeah. Maybe next time when I were to stream this game again, at some point, I don't know when. Also, I'm listening.
Report any suspicious activity.
What? The stretching? Kidnap time? We love stretches, it's very important. You've got mail. What is this? Enter belonging under join. Yes, I guess. Top of the screen. Oh, actual mail. I didn't even notice. Home instance. Oh, how? It's already 8:17. Fuck. Give me a second. Give me a second. Is this Sonic Colors? Oh my god, it is. I sent Kobo mail from Turkey's favorite character. I'll see this place. To view alternate characters in the homestead, log on with those characters resting in the homestead. I don't have a homestead. Apple? Apple? Triple distilled in silence, you shake the bottle but hear nothing? Excessive alcohol consumption will result in intoxication. Oh, I got silent liqueur. That's not an apple cider. Oh, do you want me to send it back to you? I could send it back to you. How do I reply? Alcohol upgrades are required. What do you mean? I'm just trying to return something. What? You're joking. I'm trying to return. What? Fuck you, game. Okay, fine. A free account moment. That's fucked up. Hero challenge. Always dumb with fresh on energy. Commute. Okay. I don't know what I did, but I did. Is that bad? Did I steal your thing? Just kill 750. Oh my god. I mean, that is the law. Drink. I drink it. Steal life on critical hit? Rest of the apple cider on my main? It's all good. You can steal as an individual? Oh. Dragon Pinata? What? 15 pieces of Zai Tuffy?
How interesting. Do you require my assistance?
Antiphoric story. Oh, that's your story. Why is it showing your story? Sugar rush. Movement speed increased by 10%. Stacks duration. Causes sugar crash. A sugary, delicious, chewy, sweet. I have 54 in material storage. What? How? Taco? Taco. Plunder?
And I deserve it too.
Am I cheating? Double K to identify and receive an item. What? These are level 2 high. Level 80 and level 76. They don't sell for more still. You're enchanted because you need key for these? But I just opened something. Try open? Crowbar to open this crate. Okay. Crystallized supply cache. Check acid? Exalted chest? Exalted key. Okay. Handiwork workbench. Jukebox. Whoa. Whoa. You can salvage them still. Or keep full when you get to 80, but keeping a blue power is important. I feel that way too. Yeah, I could salvage them. I'm probably gonna salvage the gun as well. Savage. This. Consume all. Loosen mop. Thick letters section. An item on some materials. That's how loot is given a lot of time, and then we click into random loot. Oh, I was gonna say maybe keep gun for tagging stuff at range if there are many people around. Also open the tea tree back. Oh, this one. Radiant dust. Scales. Oh. Oh! What? I'm panning them. They are so shiny. Oh my god. Can't I sheath my weapon? Sheath my weapon. Sheath the weapon. What am I doing? Oh my god, robot dragon. Why is it all so trippy looking? Homestead refinement farm? Hatch chili pepper bush. Mistborn mob? Can I harvest these? Let's see with solid style. I like shiny, what you expecting? True. A shiny is good.
Nothing like the spoils of war.
Huh? Use a mining pick of higher quality to avoid ruining materials. Oh no, because I suck. I wasted it. If I gather this... No, this must be your stuff. If I gather it, you don't... Huh. You can try harvest, no guarantee your tools will work. I'll try again. Ruined plant fiber. Yeah. Fuck, I'm wasting your shit. Okay, I'm not doing it anymore. There's a lollipop. Gathering 2 level? Yeah. But is it like, if I harvest, do you lose that thing as well? Winter's Day Tree of Generosity. I got a gift. It's all yours? Oh my god. Open. Snowflake. Cool. Right?
Oh yeah, that's my loot.
I got petrified wood and ruined ore chunk. Unbound magic traded with Scholar Sarah. Oh, this one. Seasoned wood log. I can get this one. Oh. Mimosa sapling? Softwood log. Ancient sapling. I'm probably gonna get this one. Yeah, ruined log. Oh no! Oopsies. Primordial orchid. Why is it not primordial Malzeno, huh? Homestead refinement. Oh. Wait, there's like mining? Ooh. War supply? Oh, war supply is not here apparently. I'm just stealing. I don't think I can get this thing. Brandstone? Oh!
Oh yeah.
Oh shit.
That's my loot.
Wow. Maybe I can? Oh, I got it. I got 3. Whoa. There's so much shiny. Holy shit. Jade fragment. It's jade? Oh, jade say.
Oh yeah. That's my loot.
Oh yeah. I'm also getting ruined ore chunks. Gold ore? Mine. The classic. Ooh, the classic. All the shinies? Yeah, lots have changed. I don't know. This is bloodstone crystals. Just looking through the menus, there's so much.
Nothing like the spoils of war.
Blood ruby, unbound magic. What do you mean unbound magic? Earned from creatures empowered by unbound magic. Oh, it's a currency. What? This is so crazy. Mistonium? I got it. Lump of mistonium and volatile magic. That's currency. Oh, I've seen silver ore. I've been mining them. Quartz crystal formation. This one has to be like ruined. No, I got quartz crystal. Eternal ice. Prismatic sight. Dragon crystal known. Spiral sprocket generator. I'm mining sprocket generator. Aurelium. King size candy corn. I got 3 birthday packs. I'm getting candy corn. Oh, I think this is the Sonic DS version. 132. Oh, it's Sonic Rush. Sonic Rush is so fun, honestly. Best soundtrack? Yeah, Sonic Rush has some banger soundtrack. Hideki Naganuma. I got ruined old chunk. Would they respawn? Precursors are worth fuck all now? I don't know what that is. Whoa. Did I get lucky? Banana. Trash collector. 19 junk items. Gravel. Stone. Prismaticite crystal. I didn't even get ruined or chunk, I just get junk. Alright, how about dragon crystal node? Branded mass? No! I'm out of thing. I'm gonna cry. Vanilla. There's the merchant. Wrap the treat. Oh. Oh, they don't sell. Oh, yeah, fair. I want. What do you mean? I need. Ooh, that's a nice board. Skiff passenger? You are a passenger on the skiff. As a passenger, you can perform emotes to increase the skiff's energy, allowing the pilot to use turbo boost more frequently. The char laugh? Oh. Lowland freshwater fish? So if I spam these, you can use like you can do like turbo boost if I do like piano. Switch seats? Another passenger seat on the skiff? Oh. One Asura, two charm. Oh no. Oh, you're out of endurance. Here, watch me. I'm the best. You have maximum endurance. Oh, there goes the endurance. I must share apple. You have melon. Oh. Now apple. Ooh. Huh? 250? Best kitty make the apple. Share the cutest combo. I can swim. You cannot catch me. I'm the best. You living in homestead area? Well, I can drink apple cider down here. I need my underwater water. Underwater water. Oh hey, it's a ghost dragon. Oh, it's not a ghost dragon anymore.
Hello. Heat level stabilized.
Heat level? I had a crush on the character. Thanks for the follow. I'm not gonna read that name.
Hello, how is it going? I am Dad.
What? How did that even happen? Oh, I can get up here. Okay. Gosh, I'm so hungry. There's so many things to see here. I'm so hungry though. Kobo is so hungry. Is there like a new place I can discover? Oh no, it's just like a... Oh, okay, okay. It's Asura Gate? Like that TTS didn't even appear on chat. I don't even know what it said. Bandit skeleton key. Growing crops? Oh. Oh, I got mushroom. I'm just kind of like stealing mushrooms here. Mushroom. Tentacles? I got 24 mushrooms. They're all mine now. I thought you could only collect some of those unless you buy your own garden plots. That's fun. So I can cheat then. There's so many bears in this game. I don't think the bear is playable. You can only transform into the bear, but it's not like a playable race, right? There are no bears? Wink? Hey? Please don't exit of these bears don't exist. Wink? Uh oh. God damn it, it must be DLC again. It has to be DLC. God damn it. Fine, no, it's okay. I'll wait for a bigger discount, and I'll buy the Path of Fire and Thorn something. I don't know. But I'm probably gonna close here. I need food. It's almost 9 p.m. Big Hairy Men are DLC tragic. It's not as tragic. It's... I mean, what's even more tragic is that no playable Scaly. That's even more tragic. Is this Mario? Did I get through the Dragon Saga first? Right? I'm right. The Dragon Saga is the Powerful Fire, right? And Thorns of Funk something, I don't know. Check DLC. Heart of Thorns. Don't get your hopes up. Kodan may be playable in You Wish 3. You can get a Dragon Head model and Tail model in the Dragon Back event. Wait, how far have you gone even? Bird Head model, also a Bear Head model. Is there a Dragon Head model? Oh. Oh. This is when Kobo is horny. Sky scale horn. Ooh. I can have triple horn? Dragon Saga is technically spoilers to even tell you what it is. Fair enough. Is what? Don't worry about it. Ooh. That looks cool. Backpack? Surely there has to be like dragon wings, right? Plus charp. Probably is a glider? Can feel dragon wings actually. Yeah, but dragon wings is like just wings. It's like every MMO has the dragon wing. It's so underwhelming. I hate it. Ayo, can I wear this? This is the best. That looks fine. Wodron? Ooh. Ooh, is there like a full water dragon set? What if I search for... Yeah. I guess that looks okay. Seeing all that name in my main still. Name changes still or not? I have no idea. Permanent mystical dragon finisher? Hmm. Oh, it is dragon. Am I small? How'd you get that? It's actually just straight up dragon. Oh my god. I don't see it in the... Unless it's like I have to search dragon here. The same result. I'm looking. Nature is smaller than your foot. No, I'm small. Oh wait, you are. Oh wait, oh. Oh, yeah. Send and tell is free you get from event. Oh, from event. What if it's... What if it's... Oh, if it's like Year of the Dragon shit, I have to wait for another 12 years to get this? No way. 12 years? Come on, to get the small potion and just have it on always? I would love that. Am I on the small potion right now? I feel smaller. Even comes back all years? Okay, thank goodness. That's good to know. Yeah, that's really good. That looks really good for a free thing. No, but somebody's using the big potion. Oh. Oh yeah, that makes sense. I mean, it's just one jump away. You can get 67 legendary essence of luck in exchange. Exchange at Lion's Arch during daily and weekly. $67 legendary essence of luck. I assume there has to be like a... Ooh. Oh, you're using small. Skin. Armor skin. Is there no searching? You can buy the skins year round. Search on left side, above section. Oh. I don't know what they're called. Holographic dragon wing cover. What if I like search for skins? Dragon's Jade Wall skin? Dragon Essence X? Dragon Essence X? What? Ash linked them in chat? Oh. Dragon Descendants helmet. Soar into the new year. Lunar New Year Festival. Unusable by profession? Oh, does the Dragon Descendant helmet just gives you the wings as well? Snaketail breeches. Leg armor, is that the tail? Oh, it is the tail. Okay, okay. So it's not available to trade. Yeah. Oh. Oh, that one's different. Okay, 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 okay. Orin, ring, backpack. Orin, Orin. Mini Squire Orin. Oh, Orin Dragon? Maybe you can die the whatever color you want. Forget that name. Why? Gigi? Don't say anything. It's Hoi? Hey? You never heard it? It doesn't exist? You say that. It's impossible to get it out of my brain now. What do you mean? I mean, I'm probably gonna forget about it after a year of not playing it, I guess. Well, I'll probably come back to this game. But I also want to look at Warframe now. Drink a bunch of apple cider? Okay. Whoa. Hell yeah. Let me drink 3 of them. I couldn't count because I skug with the cider. Oh shit! It actually does something. Whoa. I'm seeing something. If you drink it, if you fall over. I feel like a waste though. I feel I'm wasting a lot of this. Is it giving me any like buff? Might be specific ones that make you fall over. Oh. I'll just keep going. I'll drink until 200 then. I feel like the effect is getting stronger, no? The achievements for drinking locked apple cider is relatively light. Oh. How about this one? One of these. Then 5 of these. It's definitely stronger than it was in that 10. There might be other alcohols in the game that knock you on your ass if I remember. I guess this one just gives me this. Oh my god, this is trippy as hell. Whoa, it's making me dizzy. Oh shit. I don't think it's happening. I don't think it's happening. It's okay though. I'll keep the slider. I'm gonna close the game for now. When I quit the game, would I still appear here? I don't think so, right? You'll be on the snow area. Oh, amazing! Heck yeah. Okay, okay. I'll quit the game now. Thank you for playing with me. Thank you. I'm not drunk anymore. I'm so hungry. I don't know to talk. Thank you. Oh, I big sword. Whoa. And the combo? Keep out in the slum area. Only I get to rest in my own homestead. I mean, that's fair. It is your homestead. Hey, Boba. Oh my god, hectic. What's happening? I'm being sprayed water and being shot at. Hi again, me. You're my target and that counts. Heck yeah. It's fine. Alright, I'm gonna leave the game now. I'm so hungry. I was about to go eat about an hour ago. It'll be healing me? Heck yeah. Eat food? Yeah. I'm gonna eat food. Bye-bye, thank you. Turkey has to go? I won't. Even though I kinda did, but I won't. Even though I kinda did. Alright. Okay, let's see. Get the good food. I will, thank you. Hope Kobo had fun coming back to the game. Yeah, quite a lot actually. Even though I don't have the mount anymore, but it's fine, I guess. I'm probably not gonna play it as much, but maybe I'll play it a little bit sometimes. Thank you, Boba. And get that thigh? I will. What would an illusionist do with a gun? Heal people? Take care, small. I'm small. Heck yeah. Alright, let me look for who to raid first. Night night, Mama Dragon. Oh, this one is really good. It's Sonic Rush again. I should have. We should have like a Sonic Rush playlist. I'm not kidding, by the way. Rifle is the dedicated heal weapon for Mesmer. I had so much healing shots. Oh, is it bad? Gosh, Sonic Rush is so cool. Oh, Horse Dragon is streaming. Oh, he's playing. Oh, everyone's playing Deltarune. I haven't played Deltarune. Sushi first streams at this time. Really? Oh, he is. Oh my god. Wait, what? 300? I don't dare rating in. 300 is crazy. Holy shit. No, 300 is crazy. I'm gonna check how much I'm at. Wait, I'm at 31? Oh, that's actually not bad. Wow, I'm surprised. I'm very, very surprised. Holy shit. A fish dragon for Kobo? Heck yeah. More sure, I'm gonna get food. Hi Nexus. Oh my god, dragon. Night dragon. I'm so gonna get food. It's 9 p.m. I just wake. Oh. Oh my god. So many head pet. Oh my god. Thank you, Nexus. I'm gonna get food. Have you watched of it? No. I was like, what's the dragon tech looking like? The dragon tech is always cursed. Gonna play head pets while I still can. Heck yeah. Love dragon head pets always. Alright, let me check the dragon tag. Ooh, the first row is actually all dragons. I'm very surprised. I'll play head pets directly to the couple. Heck yeah, oh my god. And the Malzino? Oh my goodness. Whoa, I'm on the second row of dragon tag. That's crazy. How the fuck? Whoa, okay, so there's actually a lot more dragon avatar that I see rather than anime girls, no? That's actually really nice. I'm actually gonna I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. We can Monsino milk but can't right now next time. Oh, but I want Monsino milk. Oh, Metal is streaming. I didn't even realize. There's a bearded dragon stream? Wait a minute. Is it on the dragon tag? I didn't realize. I'm looking. I just realized there's a lot of people playing Dead by Daylight. I'm surprised. Kind of. Oh, I see it. Rufus? Rufus the bearded dragon's live cam? You? Where's Rufus? Oh wait, oh my god, that's Rufus! Wait. Oh my god, Rufus! Look at it. It's just there. Oh my god, it's so cute. What the heck? What, my friends are only asking me to play Counter-Strike. Still streaming. Majestic. I know. So majestic. Bearded dragons are so adorable. Look at them. I think I kind of want to rate metal. Can I rate metal? I can rate metal. I can rate to another kobold. I will. I'm gonna rate metal. To eat. I will. I'm gonna get food. My brain. I'm so hungry. I don't know how to speak anymore. Gee, I need food. All right. Anyway, yeah. Let's rate metal. Why not? I'm gonna plug my stuff real quick though. I have coffee. Coffee helps. Coffee good. Coffee nice. And I'll let Bernie talk about it as well. Hey Bernie, tell them about coffee. Well,
I am once again asking for your financial support.
wow, smooth transition. That's crazy coming from a kobold. Holy heckies. holy heckies. I'm like, gosh, my brain doesn't work anymore. Anyway, I have a Discord channel as well. Thanks, Bernie. Well, I announced my stream stuff over there. There's also Dragon Simping Corner, because I love dragons a lot. If you don't know that I love dragons a lot, now you do. Dragon's good. Heck yeah. Look at that. Look at that shiny dragon. Oh my god. And I think that's pretty much it. Yeah. I'm just gonna get my rate message in as well. Don't forget about the dragon bits. I mean, that's like the advanced dragon simping corner. I'm not gonna announce that publicly too much, but sometimes I guess. Or maybe like right now, if you look at the rule section closely, there's a rule that mentions you have to do something to get access to the advanced dragon simping corner. It's spicy, obviously, so just hang, right? Just hang. Alright, here's the rate message. And let me type in the rate of metal. Kobold. Oh my god, my friends are finding to play Counter-Strike. I'm not. I can't. I'm hungry. I need food. It's nice spicy though. Heck yeah. I also like posting spicy stuff over there. Not my own though, but just a spicy post I found online. Alright. And yeah, I typed in the rate. I'm ready to rate. Nice phone curry with amazing rice and side dishes. Yeah, that too. Exactly. So spicy? I mean, curry is not that spicy, right? Curry is okay spicy. Right, anyways, I typed in the raid. I'm ready to raid. But before the raid, though, yeah, Kobo wants to say thank you all so much for joining with me today, even though today is very scuffed with the stream. Today's stream is so scuffed, it's actually crazy, but still, thank you all so much for joining with me today. I really appreciate all of you. Love you so much. And also know that you guys are heckin' loved, valid, and matter. Very valuable. Kobo loves y'all, right? And here comes the raid to a metal kobold. Yeah. Having naan and tandoori. Yo, naan and tandoori. Look, at this point, any food sounds good right now. Right? I'm so hungry. But then Guild Wars 2 is so fun though. Even without mount, it's actually not bad. I kinda like it. Yeah, I kinda like it. You know, it's actually not bad. Yeah, it's not bad. It's not bad. Yeah, it's not bad. Guild Wars 2, not bad. Even without mount, it's not bad. Yeah, it's pretty nice actually. I think the leveling gets a lot easier. I think. Is it a lot easier now? I mean, I feel like I was just leveling while doing a little bit of things, which is really nice. I like it. I like that a lot. So, yeah, I'll probably playing Guild Wars 2 on stream someday again. Probably. I'm not too sure. Tomorrow I'll be playing Phasmophobia with X and Dragon though, so heck yeah. Mozzarella cheese naan, but butter garlic tastes nicer. I mean, yeah. Mozzarella is too expensive over here anyway. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Take care, everyone. Mwah. Bye bye. Take care. Love y'all. Take care.